Unfortunately, he's deafened.
You don't even realize.
Hmm.
You don't even realize. Oh my god. Your DMs. No, no, not Twitch chat. Look at your Discord. Okay. What? That's the you know. Hmm. Basically, dirty.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? I just got the tweet live. Do me the favor, go give it some love. The fact that it's censored Eminem. You caught a stream? That's right. We grab you guys today's sauce and we're ready to rumble. We are ready to crumble. Oh god, what is this mashup? No, the last one was actually good. This one, I can already tell this one's cursed. Little John X Ringo Hiyori. Oh my god. It sounds like it's mixed with Thomas the Tank Engine. I I have no good things to say about this one. Here is today's artwork. God. There's so much wrong with this. Okay. Hello everybody. Welcome. You made it to Friday. The week is finally over for those of us that had to work the rest of the week. I know some people had it off, but like for instance, I only had New Year's Day off, so I had to work Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. So like that made it worse almost because it's like you got one day in the middle that was like a reprieve, but then like it was like having 2 Mondays in 1 week. Can't believe I managed to live to Friday. Exactly. Okay, I just what you saw there was me getting my Grail casting done on JP. We've got some interesting stuff to do today as I'm going to be doing one of my New Year's recordings. It should be a relatively easy one. But this is one that I do every year, and it's the basically how FGO can improve in current year. And it's definitely a thing. Time is messed up internally. Yeah, it's almost like having jet lag, right? Okay, oh, looks like I actually capped out, so that's an easy one right now in JP with the Storm Pods, since I can immediately just go and spin those down. We did complete part 1 of LB7 last night, Saberface only. It was definitely... There was definitely one fight there that, again, like, I don't think Chad even realized, but it got made... It got made to be my bitch. It absolutely should have given me more trouble than it did, but it ended up being a relatively easy affair because we had absolutely sat down and like theory crafted that fight. So it ended up going really smoothly. Chat never saw any sort of pain or struggle other than I had to refresh the node once, and that was it. Be cool to see what you said last year. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I did it in the prior year, and I'm going to do it again this year. So we're going to talk about basically what I said they needed to do and grade them on whether or not they actually did it. And so we'll talk about that, and then we'll go over what I think they need to do for the current year. So again, it's like if they get a failing grade on one of the things, it's going to be on the list again. If they get a passing grade on one of the things, it's going to be off the list. And then that means there has to be technically something new, but what the heck did I just... Oh, I know what I just did. Hold on, chat. I didn't rotate for Merlin. That's one strong strong shirt on Lartoria there in the daily art. That's... You're darn right. Living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train, going anywhere. Can't wait for part 2 of LB7. Yeah, I can't either. Again, I definitely see why people were so pissed on JP. Because if you guys were like me and you read through that part 1 story, you were like, man, this is really good. I can't wait for more. Like, I really like this. I hope they like continue this story. And then it ended up, if you guys remember on JP, it got delayed and it didn't come out until pretty much the last day of January. So like they went all the way from the release on Christmas all the way till the end of January. So they literally went like over a month between parts. Yeah, I can see why people were upset over that. Again, especially because they acknowledged the fact that they had, in fact, delayed it and that there had been issues. So that just kind of made people really upsetty. Interestingly enough, most of the people that were upset at the time that I saw were actually the English speakers. In a weird way, it seemed like a lot of the Japanese side of things was actually pretty chill with it. They were like, it's no problem, take your time. I guess it's one of those deals where, especially around the holidays there and stuff, like, I think Japan knows, you know, it's part of their culture. People are just overworked. And so, like, I remember a lot of the messages I was reading was like, yeah, take your time. It's okay. It'll come out when it comes out. We're patient. It will be here waiting, that sort of stuff. So, like, most of the upsettedness was on the English speaking side, playing on Japan, not the actual Japanese that I saw. But yeah, I mean, I definitely understand why people were bummed that it was not, you know, coming out right away. That the entire month was dead. Yeah, I saw more aggravation over that than anything else. Where it was like, hey, you know, why don't you run something in the meantime? But it is what it is. Grab the mic and sing, you coward. Oh, so it's searching. Street lights, people. No. I'm not sure where we are in the song because the chorus kind of changes some. The page open did work? Oh, nice. Glad to see it. You missed the song at the beginning of stream, though. You would have loved it. You'll have to ask Ash what it was and get him to play it for you. If they had a rerun during that time, things would have been fine. Yeah, I actually agree with that. I think, like, the biggest issue that they had was that they had nothing. And that's gonna be one of the things that gets talked about with the video tonight. So that's an interesting segue into that. But, like, we'll talk about it here in a bit. I gotta get AP done, and then we can actually start the recording. Otherwise, I don't have that much to do today. FGO is basically like in a holding pattern on both servers because both servers are going through their New Year's stuff. So we're just kind of waiting to see. NA, as you guys know, is basically waiting on part 2 of the Lostbelt. JP is a lot more up in the air. There's been some signaling of maybe an ordeal call soon, but we don't really know, and I personally think it won't be until later. I think you're much more likely to see some sort of event. What that event is, though, I don't know. They did just basically throw 2 events at us right at the end of the year. So, and we also know that they're going to do Valentine's Day. So it's like, what do they do here in January? Because you would think that it would be somewhat of a dead month for them, given the way JP's schedule has gone the past month. I don't know. And so that's going to be an interesting thing. Apparently, they have a stream coming up soon, but I believe it's for a like sort of like a winter festival, like a real life Japanese event again. They usually do that around these times a year, so that's nothing too crazy. But we'll see if they actually talk shop and they actually give us some news. I'm hoping that they do. Collab with Amy Gohan? I mean, that'd be cool, but like, I'm not. They probably should not do a collab right now, right? Like, and the reason I say this is it's not like I wouldn't enjoy it. It's not like a lot of people wouldn't enjoy it, but there's definitely a bunch of people out there, again, on the English speaking side of things, complaining about this. I don't really think it matters. I think a lot of people are upset about, quote, the number of collabs, whereas I'm like, why would I be upset over that? It's cool. I like these units. Like, it's you've seen for years as people have like begged to have like Arcuate in the game. Again, any of the Karno Kyokai cast, the Mahoyo stuff. Like I don't understand why people are upset about the collabs, because the collabs were all pretty freaking amazing this time around. So it is what it is. I just assume it's one of those deals where it's like, people are either probably like coping and they're not actually upset, they're just upset that like it's not a like story chapter release, or it's not a, you know, like unit that they cared for. That's where I assume the majority of that comes from, and not like, hey, I'm actually upset over the fact that there was a collab. I don't really think the general consensus is collab bad. I think the general consensus is collab good. The opinion of players outside of JP is going to be irrelevant to the JP team. Yeah, I completely agree. Right? Like, it's why like I don't put too much stock over the people complaining about the state of JP, because like, yeah, we can say it. Yes, it might have an impact, but only if it trickles into the Japanese community and they as well echo that sentiment. I think if you're just a random English speaker and you're complaining about the state of JP, no one is listening to you. Like, on average. As long as they keep the content coming, yeah. I see chat likes the art choice today. Apparently, I need to choose more booba. Not that I don't a lot anyways. Do I think FGO's original character design have been slipping? Yeah, actually. Like to a degree, I think that is the case. I think this is more so that like, if I were to go back and I were to evaluate like my overall feelings, like if I were to go back and I were to rate like how every single unit looked, I feel like I would have higher ratings for some of the older units compared to some of the newer units. I think there would be some outliers. I think like some of the newer units are really freaking hot, but the vast majority are not. I do feel like they've toned it down some. Whereas, like, early on, it feels like they maybe sexified a lot of the units to try and, like, sell the game. It does feel like it's toned down some now. I'm not going to say, like, they never do sexy units. They do. It definitely feels like across the board, like, on average, it's toned down. Andromeda's hot? Yeah, exactly. So it's like, I think you can point to it, and it's like, if I say they're not doing hot units anymore, that would be a lie. But if I say they're not doing them as much, people will still like try to combat me on that, but I think there's a lot more merit to that statement. But yeah, I don't know, right? Like, that may just be my own personal bias, but I definitely feel like this has been the case, and you can kind of ask some of the people in VIP. I have certainly ranted at certain points behind the scenes about, like, I don't like the way that they depicted the servant. The game doesn't have to please specifically me, though. It's definitely got to please, like, everybody involved to the greatest degree that it can, and that's fine. But, like, for instance, one of the things that I harped on here recently was, like, I have not really cared for, like, any of the Santa units that they've done, and they haven't done that many of late. Because we've had other things like like Martha Moss, where it was sort of phoned in, or again, even others like Nemo Moss, where there was no actual new unit other than Nemo Welfare. And then you're looking at that and you're like, what the heck? There needs to be more blondes. I mean, I'm not going to object to that, but like, I'm gonna be real with y'all for a second right now. The appeal of a game like Girls Frontline 2 to me, as opposed to something like Wuwa, Genshin, Zinless Zone Zero, is that already I just like the aesthetics of the roster far more. Like, there are just more blonde women in there. I have a natural bias towards that. I'm not saying, again, that they have to, like, please me. But the thing that I have noticed is with a lot of the, like, MiHoYo games, I'm not going to say they don't do blonde women. They do. But it feels like it's, like, an afterthought, and that it's way less than, like, any of the other hair colors and styles that they do. So that's been a thing for me. I don't know. It is what it is, right? But like talking about FGO's overarching design, I just feel like there have been times where they could have done something unique or interesting with the unit, and they didn't as much. I saw a bunch of people like criticizing Richard's design until they saw his third design, which I think is stupid. I don't think you should immediately just criticize a unit based off the initial first impression of like one view of the unit. You should definitely go look at like all their animations, all of their ascensions, and literally like what their noble phantasm looks like. That should be your guide, not just like, oh, just an immediate knee-jerk reaction to like seeing one form, right? Oh, I didn't see what the poll question was. It feels like you really expect fan service at summer, maybe Valentine's these days. Yeah, I think that's kind of the point, right? And I've seen people take the smooth brain approach where they say, "Oh, that's fine. I don't like fan service." And do you know what my question to them is? If you don't like fan service, why are you playing a fucking gacha game? Like, that is literally what they are built off of. And then someone would probably try to counter with, but FGO is more about story. And I'm going to tell you, what? What do you mean? The game started off oozing fan service. The game is derivative of the Fate IP, which started out as an eroge, which is fan service, and is literally famous for gender bending one of the most like iconic, like historical or mythological people in general. What do you mean you don't like fan service? And I assume at that point it's like they don't like certain levels of it, or like to them certain things are fan service and certain things are not. Because fan service comes in many forms. Fan service can be booba hanging out. Fan service can be a girl flashing her ass. Fan service can be the bulge in frickin' Roma's pants, okay? And fan service can also just be like, hey, did you guys see that cameo of that character right there that was rare and obscure that only the true fans know about? That's also another form of fan service. So it's like, when you say you don't like fan service, it like is mind-boggling to me, because I'm just like, you're literally playing a game that's its archetype centers on fan service that is based off of a game that was fan service. I don't know how you got here without being a fan of fan service. Oh, I mean, like, I see the same thing all the time where I see people like, I'll give you an example, chat. Okay, here's your example. My wife. So I see people that are like, I hate this ascension. I love this ascension. It's perfectly fine to have a preference. If you like stage 1 and you don't like stage 3, I don't have beef with you. Who I have beef with are the people that go, I don't like stage 3 because of fan service. If you just go, well, I prefer stage 1 because I like the armored appearance, I got no problem with you. But if you go, I don't like stage 3 because of the fan service, I have a problem with you. Because again, you're literally playing a game full of fan service. And I just assume at that point that if you have the take of like being like, I want Lartoria to be covered up, I want Lartoria to have another fucking form that is like the Lion King and not Lartoria, that no one should listen to you. And hear me out. The reason why I feel that way is because if you want that, you're not a Lartoria fan. Period. End of story. If you want Lartoria to be the Lion King and not Lartoria, you're not a Lartoria fan. You're a Lion King fan. Therefore, nobody should ever listen to you, because it's like the equivalent of me saying, you know what? I really don't like Ishtar's like ascensions because there's no blonde form. At that point, that's me just saying I like Ereshkigal and I don't like Ishtar. So nobody should listen to my opinion on Ishtar, since clearly I don't like Ishtar to begin with at that point. And it's the exact same point that I have to make to people about Lartoria. If you're not an actual fan of the unit, why should the developers listen to anything you want? I made this exact same case for another unit too. There absolutely should not be a Rengoku Ascension for Okita. Okitan shouldn't have this. And the fact that people actually seemingly wanted this is mind-boggling to me. And the reason why is because it's literally not Okitan. And Okitan is a limited unit, so you had to roll for Okitan. So if you didn't like any of her original ascensions and looks, and you preferred her as Rengoku, you're not an Okitan fan. It's the same concept. And I don't see any difference. Who is asking for Rengoku? No one asked for it. People just after it came out said, oh, I prefer this one. I like this one. To which I'm like, what? Like, it just basically, I always just assume that it's people just having to have an opinion on everything and talking about things that they don't actually care about. But then they want to have their way and they want it to be changed. Like, if that's the case, then I just take the completely belligerent viewpoint of every servant should be a Saberface. That servant that came out? No, I don't like them. They're not a Saberface. Like, I'm sorry, it's an equally stupid approach. Like, if you guys are going to be like that way about certain things, then I should be able to be that way about other things as well. So it's like, yeah, I think in all sense, like, if you're not a fan of the unit, nobody should listen to your opinion of how the unit should look, right? Like, I myself can have those opinions. You are welcome to have those opinions. If you, for instance, like the Rengoku costume, that's fine. What I'm saying is, you should never ever expect anybody to give any weight to that opinion. That is your personal opinion, and they absolutely can just ignore it. Safely. Because again, it's one of those deals where it's like, you don't actually care. You just are flapping your gums at that point. Every servant should be the clown? Please no. What did I walk into? Oh, no, nothing. I was not like actually going after anyone in chat. Just me like making a point that people in the community basically will often like chime in on the appearances of units that they actually don't care about, but then they'll try to pretend like they do, but they don't. It's not that they can't have the opinion, it's just that their opinion doesn't matter. Correct. Yeah. But they'll absolutely gaslight you into making you think that somehow their opinion matters the most. And it's like, like, no, it doesn't. You're not an actual fan of this unit. Why should anyone listen to you? Just hating based on look. Yeah, kind of, right? Hot takes to be cool with shitting on FGO. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about that one yesterday, right? Like, it just is what it is. Okay, so we got that done. Let's actually run very quickly over to NA here and make sure that we get our AP ticking. But yeah, I want to be clear. It's like, I know people have different viewpoints than me. I don't expect people to share my same viewpoint. But man, people gotta fucking chill. Dear Lord. Every part of the game can be hated on if you tried hard enough. Yeah, and like you'll see, right? It's one of the reasons that we're making the video today. I criticize FGO a lot. Why? I play it every fucking day. It's my main content. Of course I'm going to criticize it a lot. I also will give credit where credit's due. But this video today is to say where I think the problems are and what I think they need to do about it. So I am being as constructive with it as I possibly can be. I am telling them how I think they should improve. Should they listen to me? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe if a lot of people agree with me, they should. Maybe if nobody agrees with me, they shouldn't. Again, it's my opinion. And my opinion does not have to necessarily have any sort of value. When does our deal call release? Is it during OC1's release or after? It's basically when you're going to actually get like the storm pods and the free quest for that, it's going to be in June. It may be like May for NA, so it may be a little bit earlier there. In fact, I think you can expect it in May because based off the timelines that they put out there, it's probably when it'll drop. But yeah, I think you're fine in terms of like, you don't necessarily have to have stuff done before that point. It's a 6 out of 10 game. Would recommend it to the next gambler. Then we get storm pods for the OC prologue and not the OC1 chapter release. May. You will get them in May, chat. The month of May. Take any terminology that you're thinking, bundle it up into a ball, throw it out, because we can call it the intro, the prologue, chapter 0, you name it. I don't give a crap. It's May. It's coming in May. Think of it that way. Give yourself that mental note of that time period, and then you'll now know, okay, it's coming then. I know when to expect it. Comes April 30th. Yeah, just to prove me wrong. Wouldn't be surprised by that at all. What am I? Oh, wait, no, yeah. Sorry, JP's the one I'm running with Koyanskaya. NA is the one I'm running with Summer Skadoodle and the Rats. And I'm basically managing to work in the new Mystic Code. We already got it up to level 3, though admittedly I hadn't used it as much. We are backline bonding a sussy baka and a hot, edgy waifu. Oh, God. I love that assumption. She looks like she belongs in Yu-Gi-Oh! And it looks like she absolutely doesn't play by the rules. Looks like a Yu-Gi-Oh card to me. Oh, absolutely. I think that's like half of what they were going for with it. They know. They're not idiots. And like again, I think Nito Alter is an example of like where they got the design absolutely right. Like she is the outlier when we're talking about designs compared to some of the other ones that have come out. She kind of is the rule. Yes. How many times does cross caliber hit a target? I have to guess here, but I want to say it's 8. Is it 9? Oh, okay. I didn't see the response there later. Who wins Nito Alter versus Blue Eyes White Dragon? So Nito Alter versus Dobrynya. That's what I'm hearing. I think Nito Alter wins. Blue, thank you for the 28. Appreciate it. She'll send me to the Shadow Realm, but if she goes with, fine, yes. Actually, yeah, I should probably be like just farming this using Nito Alter or something. The problem is that I have to use Castoria. Ah. And actually, let me look at like who I'm using here between Scotty and Summer Scotty because a little bit, if I can get away with using OG Scotty, I should. Because my Summer Skadoodle is already bond to 8. But Summer Skadoodle, there's going to be times where it's like I can only use her. And so that's where this idea of like, hey, I should be trying to use original Scotty if possible. And the rats actually loop like really well. So yes, I should probably be trying to do this. You guys can see she's almost to bond 12, but still, it's one of those deals where it's like, yeah, I kind of need to use her if possible. In the same way that like in theory, instead of using like Oberon, if you can get away with like Waver or Reigns, you should also do that. Isn't Melisande Blue Eyes White Dragon? No. What makes you think that? Her eyes aren't blue and her scales are black. Yeah, I was gonna say. What about Nito Alter versus 3 Dobrynyas? That is ultimate blue eyes or ultimate blue eyes ultimate white dragon. I don't know. I mean maybe, right? The problem is Nito Alter's AoE, so like I guess it comes down to who moves first. Should Blue Eyes be Dobrynya or Brynhilde? Dobrynya. Quiz question for you. How much NP does OG Saber refund at 300% overcharge? 40%. Wait. 300%? 300% would be I was thinking 500, sorry. It's either like 30 or 35. I want to say it's like 30. It may be like 32. But I'm going to go with 30. Oh, is it 35? Okay. Yeah, that one's like, so it's weird, right? Because the only way technically to get to 500% overcharge is either by stacking NPs or by using overcharge buffs. So, like, for instance, if I were to have another NP right here in front of the rats, that would make the rats 200%. But your bar literally will cap out at 300%, meaning you can't go higher just with the bar. Like, I literally would have to, like, go boom and then put on the overcharge mechanic. But it's a weird thing because I do frequently have to do that sort of things with, like, Lartoria and Artoria and Mordred. But yeah, 35% does sound right, actually. Because I think anytime I use an overcharge CE, like Rising Mud Rain or something, it does that. What is Summer Kama's third a pin granter damage bonus to? I don't know. I have no idea. Lancer? Oh, it is Lancer. Wow. I was gonna say, I'm just fucking guessing myself. Usually the third append is a factor of, like, their relationships with people. So if they have an antagonist in their story, like, for instance, like Karna and Arjuna, they, like, usually it's going, the third append is going to be like whatever class the antagonist is. Usually. Anti-Parvati? Yeah. I didn't even think about that, so that's probably why. I mean, rats are actually really strong because you can Black Grail loop with them. I'm just not, because I'm choosing to do this as 2 support and use the new Mystic Code. But it is definitely something that can be done. And could you give the rats an NP buff? Yes, maybe. I think the only issue at play here is, like, casters in general are just in a weird spot power-wise. You have some really, really, like, abnormally strong casters, and then the rest of the pack just feels relatively unbuffed. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's Fate Route things as well. Rats are 90 in MP5, and I love using them. Actually, yeah, are mine even MP5? I don't even know. I know they're, like, at least, like, NP2 or NP3, but... What are the rats on the banner with? Oh, yeah, and I should also denote, chat. So not only am I using a 60% C here, I'm also not pumping the Mystic Code at all. So, like, or Scotty's defense down. So that's why you're seeing some low rolls here. It's not because, like, oh, I just am, like, you know, like my rats are super underpowered. It's basically just me not pressing buttons. Yeah, would you rather fight a Lamu or eat Zokin's worms? Huh? So you're saying, would I rather attempt to like fight off some, like, weird ass like monster, or would I rather just die? Because that's what eating Zokin's worms is. Like, you're not living through that, chat. Like, one is a surefire thing. You might be able to run from a Lamu. You might be able to, like, trip it or, like, get it to stab itself. You're sure as hell gonna die if you eat his worms. Am I rolling on the JP class banners? I was actually talking about that earlier. I probably will be. Because there are, I think, 2 saber faces I don't have on JP. I actually need to check that here as we get the NAAP done. Rats are in P3. Thank you. Sorry, I totally forgot to keep checking. An expensive vehicle? Wait. What summer servant that is NA only uses an expensive vehicle to damage enemies during their NP? Yeah, like I guess Ryder Carmilla. I feel like there's probably multiple for this though. Yeah, technically Summer Lartoria. Technically Summer Ishtar. I mean, I don't know that it's expensive, right? But hers is just a moped. Technically Summer Okita, yeah. You could also, in theory, call Double X and her suit a vehicle. If I said I prioritize who to get to 100, I have Grails for 1, but now I'm indecisive. How do I prioritize who I want to get to 100? I mean, I'd say there's a lot of factors that go into that sort of thing. I mean, the first and foremost is like, do I actually like the unit, right? Like, basically, my overall like desire to level the unit. I do think there can be a gameplay consideration when you're considering between two of your favorites, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. Like, I can straight up tell you guys, like, I've had considerations about, like, you know, should I have grailed Castoria to 120? Yeah, I just did it. I didn't care. Like, does it help me in challenge fights? Sure. Does it help me in general farming? No, absolutely not. Still did it anyways. Why? Because I like the unit. So, like, that's basically just how I choose to go about it. I was talking about this with Ash, and I think, again, this bears worth mentioning to you guys. Do keep in mind that they've said for the grand, like, graph system, basically, that you guys are going to be able to level 7 units. They have also said that the units must be level 100 and 10, 10, 10. Now, this may or may not be a reasonable assumption, but 7 is a conspicuous number. This is the same number as the base classes, of which we know so far only base classes can become grands in lore. This, however, could be subject to change. The reason I'm pointing this out to you guys, be very careful. Your extra classes might not count. I don't know. Nobody knows the answer to that because they opted not to tell us. He was asked specifically that question and he dodged it. So I can't tell you not to level extra classes in the hopes that they do become grandable, but there is the possibility that they're not. And I just want you guys to think about that before you make a like big move and you go like, oh man, I'm gonna like all of these extra classes are gonna be my grands. You might want to consider multiple options. Like I think the safest choice is to come up with a grand candidate for every class. And then it doesn't matter if it's extra or base. But the rate up preparation for January includes all rulers? Yeah, you're right. Like, they have said they're putting every single SSR on rate up. So maybe they do intend to do everything. But do you really want to be caught with your pants down? I don't know. Right? Like, again, I'm just advising caution. It's probably in this case going to be better to wait to grail your units than do them all now and then go, oh crap, I have no grails. And now I can't grand a unit for this class. We also don't know if it's restricted per class. Like, is it 1 unit per class? Or can you have like 7 freaking casters? I don't know. Like, these are questions nobody can answer until they tell us specifics. Which of the currently released pretenders has advantage against all 7 base classes but not extra? None of them. Think you need to go back and check again, Ash. Do you think they may increase the amount of grails people are receiving? Maybe. Maybe. The reason I say maybe is because, like, from a certain perspective, I could wager that will happen naturally. From another perspective, I could tell you that, like, absolutely no. Yeah, I assume he was looking at Hephaestion, and Hephaestion does not cover Rider and Assassin, I think. Remember when Grails were ultra rare? Yeah. I mean, chat, there is a reason that, like, when you look at how many Grails I have on my account and, like, what I've done with the Saber Faces, there's not really anybody else that's done it. Like, you might be able to go out there and actually find somebody else that has as many as me and that has done it in the same way I have. Odds are it is like there's maybe like 1 or 2 other people, if that, right? Like, there's just not a whole lot. And the reason why? People have missed Grails. And you needed to have been around for all of those Grails originally in order to be able to have done what I've done. How many turns does fire support XEX activate its delayed effect? 1 turn later, but if you're looking for the defense down, it activates the current turn. I know exactly which skill you're talking about. And I fucking hate that skill, by the way. That skill absolutely needs a second upgrade. The first upgrade was not good enough. It needs another. Why is Ash questioning Cat? Oh, I don't know. He's just questioning chat, but he can ask me plenty of questions. It's not like chat doesn't at me constantly, so... What is the first servant I ever grailed to 100? Jalter, if I had to guess. Cat got it, yeah. I know how creamy grails, and I know it's the Avengers are usually who it is. And so my brain immediately leapt to, well, it was either that or Angry Mango, and dear God, I don't wish Angry Mango on anyone, so... Is Honey Lake good for Tyra and Jalter? Can be, yeah. Again, like, the way to look at Honey Lake is, while it has invincibility pierce, and that's obviously just a naturally good effect to have, it's all attack scaling, and it gives a, like, at MLB, 40% power mod. So, like, that's going to impact not just the NP, but also, like, carding and, you know, critting. So, yeah, hell yeah, that's really good. Like, if you can get away with using Honey Lake, you absolutely should. Puppy is taking attention. It's all good. I understand that. Keep everyone on their toes. Keep asking away. Feel free to ask me Saberface questions. See how many I get right. Keeps me sharp. Who is my first NP5 unit on NA? I don't know, because I know the first NP5 unit you ever, like, rolled for and got was, like, I want to say it was Morgan on JP on a throwaway account. Which saber face has the biggest ass? Do you mean like in terms of actual measurements, or do you mean like in terms of like artwork? Because I think it basically, if it's actual measurements, it almost has to be like Lartoria and Lalter, just due to the fact that they are technically the largest saber faces. I'm just trying to think if there's like anybody that defies that odds. What was the first saber face to get a buff? On NA, the answer is Artoria because she started with her buff. So day one, she had her interlude. In what episode of the anime Lord Elmaloy Case Files 2 did Gray use Rongo Miniad? I have no fucking clue. I've watched it. I know exactly the episode you're talking about. I just don't know what number the episode is. Wait, what was I saying I needed to do on JP? There was something I was like, oh man, I need to check that on JP. Does chat remember what it was? Oh, it's definitely not 12. Oh, the saber faces. Thank you. Yes. Um Pretty sure that's all the sabers. You know what? Let me haul up the list. All right, so Artoria, Salter, Lily. I don't have Umu. I do not have base Umu on my JP. That's one I'm missing. I have Okita. I have Mordred. I have Bride. I have Lakshmi. I have Okitan Saber. So, archers. I have Squirtoria. I do not have Jarcher. So, Jarcher is one of the ones that I already knew about. That's one. Lancers, it's Lalter, Lartoria, and Lily. We're good there. Riders, it is Santa Altar, Surfmo, and Maid Altar. We're good there. Casters, it is Summer Umu, Astoria, and Tonalico. Assassins, we have the newly acquired MHX, Gray, Okita Assassin, Berserkers, it is MHXA, Jerker, who's somewhere in here. Where's Jerker? right there. Morgan and Castoria Berserker. God, yeah, now there's 4 of them. Holy shit. The funny part is 3 of them are single target, which is just wild. Rulers. It is Jannu and Lartoria Summer. Avengers. It is the Alter. Alter Egos. I believe this is the 3rd one I don't have. Oh no, I do have Okitan. Okay, never mind. We're good. Foreigners, MH and Mixa, and now where is she? Mysterious Heroine X Alter. And then there are no Saber-Face Pretenders and Beast with Draco. Yeah, so I'm just missing base Umu and Jarcher. Those are the only 2 on my JP account that I don't have. That's one of the reasons why, like I said, like I was really trying hard to get MHX. So have the banner started on JP? I don't even know. Okay, so now we have the rotational raid up for New Year's, so that's Aoko right there with Mew, which is definitely weird. But we don't have the actual like Saber raid up or Archer raid up or whatever yet. So yeah, chat, do me a favor, help me keep track of this because I definitely want to find the time to roll Jarcher. And I guess if there is a point where Umu is on rate, I'll try to snag one. Starts the 6th, good chance to get her. Yeah. I actually need to go look at that proper news post. Wait, why is the JP site not loading? That is so freaking weird. It's like taking forever to actually load the page. Just so that chat can see what's going on here. There we go. Oh my god. Did I end up on like the freaking mobile page somehow? Bro. Kira, thank you for the 27. Appreciate it. Did I bring chocolate with a white rose? Why for Umu? Be rotating on a weekly basis over the course of 4 weeks. Feature all servants. I wonder if this is the order of them as well. No, it can't be, because, like, this is a rarity order. Because there's all your 3 stars. Then this is, like, all 4 stars until right there. And then this is all 5 stars. God, it would be so nice if they would actually tell us, like, the date. That's what I was hoping for, was a schedule. Like, this is just a warning that this is coming. But I would love an actual proper schedule. I will say, like, keep in mind, too, I don't know if this is going to work specifically like class banners, but it may be possible that, like, you go to roll, like, for instance, on Arthur's Day, and you still can get, like, Altera as the spook. You still can get Artoria as the spook. Like, that is to say that while it might have to be all sabers, that technically the permanent pool is still there. So it's not just your thing. Because again, like, they have to technically have the ability to spook you. Being the only bronze saber must suck. Yeah, sucks to be Jason. But yeah, it just is what it is, right? Like, so I'll have to wait and see. There's 2 here that I need to potentially roll. Outside of that, I don't know, like, how much rolling I'll be doing on these banners, and that's just me collecting for, like, completion's sake. I think, like, trying to NP5 every saber on JP, every saber face on JP, is like a long-term project. I don't think that's something I want to just do overnight, because, like, I could. There's just not really a benefit to me to do it. It's just going to burn a hole in my pocket. On Altera's 3rd append, which class does she get extra damage towards? Saber is what I would guess. Oh, is it actually Foreigner? Interesting. If Fate Strange Fate gets the collab this year, anyone interested from it that you want to roll on? I'm literally not going to answer that for spoiler reasons. Because if I did, I would have to start spouting stuff. And I don't want to, like, normalize spoiling things in Strange Fake for chat. Because I'm already somewhat ticked about how they handled the Richard situation. Yeah, if you just want to say the class, that's fine, but I'm still not going to. Because that'll still reveal certain things. Name 3 levitating servants. I can't just say Artoria for this. There is a levitating Artoria. I just can't say 3. Well, okay. I can. I'll just say Artoria, because there are 3 Artorias that levitate. They just don't all have the levitating trait. Servant, not Ascension? Oh, I hate to break it to you, Ash. You're gonna have a hard time actually, like, getting any of that. Almost every servant that has levitating as a trait only has it for, like, a handful of their ascensions. I'm expecting a collab to have it spoil more names. I mean, if it does, it does, but I'm gonna put that on them. I don't want to be responsible as the guy that like spoiled everything. There is. I know I gotta do a snake node, but I have no idea what the rest of these are. Let me look. I may have a list. Yeah, to defeat 9 serpent enemies, that's number 10. Sorry, I have to defeat 12 serpent enemies. Which is number 11. Like 7 is roll the FP gotcha, which I should have already done but didn't. 6 is serpents. 1 is serpents. Wait, are they all serpent? Okay, fine. Fuck it. We ball. The node on the far left in Olympus? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go to LB7, which may break the capture card. It didn't. Is it this one? Not this one. I've been told one of the very early nodes has serpents in it. Okay. There we go. I didn't realize I was in the wrong stratum. That's got to be a chimera. So the chimera counts? What? That's freaking hilarious. I never realized that. Yeah, here we go. I never realized that. That's wild. Sweet child. Yeah, we get to level the Mystic Code this way. Let's do it. Does Ron riding a sword count as levitating? Oh, it broke the capture card. Of course it did. Is tomorrow of the day after the Dino Mommy raid up on NA? Dino Mommy? Wait, do you mean like Kijo Koyo? Saturday? Okay, yeah. Sorry, I haven't looked at the NA schedule at all. I hear no music, but Cad suddenly breaks out into song. See? People don't believe me that I actually sing because I think people just tune it out because they're so used to it. But I do. And people say I never sing on stream. But yeah, it's definitely a thing. I think the YouTube people probably notice it all the time. Is MP1 good enough most of the time, or do some servants need big copies? So, Polar, it really depends on the scale of the content that you're trying to do. I would say the answer to that is yes. However, there is a such thing as like 90 plus content. And unfortunately, that can sometimes take higher NP levels. It does depend on like what it is that you're trying to do. And it's also not necessarily a requirement. Usually the difference between a 90 plus and a 90 plus node very minimal in terms of overall efficiency. So there are people that like if they just don't like the node, they just go sit on the 90 plus node and it's perfectly fine. I myself have done this. So like, do you have to have plus? No, not really. So at that point, can you get the majority of the game done with like NP1? Yeah, absolutely. So it really just depends on like how efficient you want to be and whether or not you need to. I'm going to tell you, you really don't need to. Like we're talking about a difference of like maybe like 1 to 2% in overall efficiency. May checks on an A. Would Summer Scotty be enough for support for her? Or should I look for Caster Scotty as well? I mean, that could certainly be fine. Like if you did like double Summer Scotty and like a, I don't know, like an Oberon or like a Reigns or something in your backline, yeah, you could do a lot of damage with her in that regard. Um, I'd still probably advise being on the lookout and getting Summer or normal Scotty whenever you can. But that's just because normal Scotty is useful and a nice unit to have. It just kind of opens up your options. It allows you to, if you can't take a support, still be able to bring your own double quick supports at that point. But totally up to you. I don't think it's like a gotta have. I think it's just, hey, it's a nice thing. That feels like a trick question, Ash. I feel certain servants scream I need to be in P2 though. I'd say there are some that somewhat incentivize it. I've talked about usually, especially if you're trying to take a unit into high-end contents, like again 90 plus 90 plus plus. Where I've said getting in P2 can be really valuable is when you're trying to quote neutral loop them. What does that mean? So that we're clear here, chat, this means you did not take an effective unit to the node. You are trying to clear a high level node with a unit that is not effective. That's why I advise in P2 on those scenarios, because it's usually a problem. You don't have to do that though. For instance, if it's a Lancer node, just take a Saber. If it's a Archer node, take a Lancer. If it's a Rider node, take an Assassin. But some people will just choose to do neutral loopers. So to me, it's almost like a self-imposed restriction. And my advice is, if you're going to self-impose said restriction, make your unit better. Other than that, though, like the only times I can like point to a unit like wanting like in P2 is like, for instance, take a unit like Squirtoria, where you don't have to have NP2, but having NP2 of her is really like valuable to the way that she operates. It's not necessary to like the damage degree. It's more like the drain that she has in her kit. It will actually free that up some and allow you to be able to use her second skill more as needed rather than be restricted. But that's a weird sort of oversight. And I'm going to say that's not a common thing. How many rings? It's 10. Because he has the 9 rings, and the 10th one is the final one. Which is the one that I made him kill himself with. Do you think events will get 90 star nodes? I think it's possible, but I don't think it's likely. At least not until part 3. Oh yeah, sorry. This is just me doing a free quest. This is not spoiler territory. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just farming. I already finished all of part 1, so you're good. Just take a Berserker Unga Boonga. Yeah, and I mean, that is always an option, right? Though keep in mind, remember, your Berserker only deals 1.5 times damage rather than full effectiveness of a like counter class. So like you taking a Saber to a Lancer node is 2 times effective versus you taking a Berserker to the Lancer node. So it's like you do get more firepower out of taking the effective unit usually. But Yeah, and it can depend on your units. Like this is also the degree to which some people will go out and they will grab a like again sort of like a like really strong berserker, a really strong neutral looper, just so that they can kind of ignore class effectiveness. It doesn't work in every scenario, and that is the reason for 90 star nodes. Ortnax. Ashu. That outfit's cute. When do we get that? Which outfit? I'm confused. Would you say it's better to take an effective 4-star at a higher MP level than a 5-star at MP1? How would I decide? Usually the kit dictates. So an example of this would be, is it better to take NP1 Arthur, or is it better to take NP5 Sumanai? In this case, Arthur's just unbuffed. Sumanai is just flat out better. But also, now, is it better to take an NP1 like Artoria versus an NP5 Sumanai? Well, usually NP5 of a 4-star is stronger than NP1 of a 5-star. What if it's like an NP2 or an NP3 Artoria? Is Sumanai better? Odds are no, but if the node is in Sumanai's niche, then yes. So for instance, Sumanai is anti-dragon. If the node is full of dragons, you probably want to take Sumanai, because he gets some pretty insane power mods to that. So it's like there's various degrees of like how I decide what's better. And there's different schools of thought. For instance, I choose to take what I like to call basically the least common denominator approach, which is that I go, what can I get away with? If I can get away with like a rare unit that I don't commonly use, I will always use that so that I can bond them, because I know I'm not going to get many opportunities to do so naturally. But if I determine that I can't get away with them, then I'm going to do with whatever I need to get away with. So like, for instance, I usually don't apply least common denominator to a lotto. Lottos are very much like, I must go. I require speed. I need to absolutely like get as much as I can as fast as I can. But like I said, that can be difficult. And it really comes down to a per node basis. This is one of those things where a tier list cannot save you. If you do not know your units, if you do not understand the way the game works, you will naturally struggle to farm high-end content. And this is also why I teach you guys how to use each individual unit, right? Tier lists are great for like when you're first getting into the game, but they often cause bad misconceptions about units. Oh, gutter shut down? Oh no, that happens whenever I go in and out of LB7. The map, quote unquote, breaks my my capture card. And it apparently doesn't just happen to me, so it's I guess something on their end. Been saving apples of all kinds since to prepare for the next one. Yep. I mean, so chat, if you haven't ever, especially if you're a new player, go watch my video on AP efficiency explained, because that will teach you the logic behind why you don't just sit there and pop apples all year round, especially in a game like FGO. And it's weird because I often catch myself doing the same application of tactics in other gacha games that I play, when the reality is most other gacha games don't have a lotto-like system, so you usually don't need to. As an astronaut? Oh, that's easy. Florida Man. And if you don't know who Florida Man is, then go mega lol. Florida boy? Yeah, I guess you could say that. Oh, there we go. There's a lily. Oh, wait. I'm doing the... Omega lol. I didn't even realize, chat, but I'm doing the 100 spin. Well, that might cause problems later. They fixed it? Yeah, we have a 100 spin. It feels so good. Oh, definitely is. Like I said, whatever amount you would have needed to have rolled to finish your to finish rolling out like all your FP, you can literally cut it by a tenth. All right, there go all the JP missions. Which I want to say, by the way, is really intriguing. Given that there is some like LB7 theming to it. What was I gonna show chat? Oh yeah, so like the example that I'm making here is if you look at my FP, I have 10 million FP now after the lotto. So you would normally roll it out at 2,000 per, right? I would have to roll 5,000 times. And chat, to understand this, literally take this decimal and put it right here instead. And that's the effect that the 100 spin has. So instead of having to roll 5,000 times, I only have to roll 500 times. That is a much, much more doable number. Like, is it a walk in the park? Is it easy? Is it going to go by in a flash? No. But I'll fucking take it. Oh my god, I'll fucking take it. Jesus. That will... If I ever get to the point that I have to roll out my FP again for my grails, that will literally save so much time. Still got the same amount of inventory management, though. Yeah, that is definitely an issue. Hey, what's up, CZ? How's it going? I wish we could burn FP servants. I do wish that there was some way to say, like, hey, non-limited or something like that. Like, just hey, can I burn everything that's non-story locked, non-limited as I roll it out? Because like you could turn it off when there was a new unit, but you couldn't otherwise. I found another use for the 100 spin animated background. Yeah, it's really funny because chat was, or not chat, VIP was telling me that you did that, CZ. And Trubs did the exact same thing for his stream. And I had to freaking laugh. It was just like, oh my god, great minds, I guess. FP change made the need for CE leveling QL upgrade more apparent too. One thing at a time, though. And I want to say I have faith that they'll do it, given the fact that they've already mentioned it. Like Mr. 2 has already talked about that potentially being a thing. So the fact that they gave us the 100 spin, it will literally be one thing leads to another. So like, I'm not concerned about it in that regard. Okay, chat. You know what time it is. Video time, yes. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today we're going to be talking about how FGO can improve for 2025. Now, I do this video every year. This is now, I want to say, my 4th year of doing it. And one of the things I always like to start out by doing is by sort of grading the developers on how they did in the prior year. So as we move into 2025 and we talk about the things that they need to do to actually improve the game, I now need to start by looking back at what they have actually done. So this is basically the slide that I made for the prior year and kind of encapsulated a lot of the concerns that I had for FGO as we move forward. Now, it's very interesting because this is actually the first time out of all of these videos that I've made that for the 2025 list, I did not ask anybody what they should do. So it's definitely an interesting thing. But I'm going to say that out of all the years I've done this, this is the first time I've actually been more afraid to ask the community instead how they felt. And the reason why is, honestly, I feel like the community, if I were to ask them nowadays, would be more concerned about things that don't actually truly matter, or they would be asking for things that would not actually improve the game, but in their mind would give them some form of improvement. And it's not to say that there's not some legitimate concerns in there. It's not to say that there aren't some very obvious glaring issues. But those were easy for me to grab, and I already got those. The other ones I figured probably best to ignore. So anyways, let's go ahead and let's start the first half of the video here by talking about how the devs did and grading them basically on that. So you guys can see the very first bullet point that I had here was, again, that servant coins should be acquirable from events. Now, the developers did address the servant coin situation. I don't think I need to go too much into detail to say that they absolutely created a boondoggle for themselves. They started out by launching the 4th and the 5th append into the game, which is something that I predicted that they would do originally back in the past. But I didn't expect that they would do it before fixing the coin situation because, as I told chat back then, it would be suicide for them to do that. And interestingly enough, they basically did. I'm still surprised that they did, and needless to say, the community reaction was exactly as anticipated. The thing for this is, the fixes that they did all to a great degree, and they absolutely did what they said they were going to do. So I have to give them sort of a passing mark based off of that. However, if I'm looking specifically at the fix for coins, one of the things that I think I wanted, as well as several other people out there in the community, was for coins to be more farmable, for them to be more infinite rather than more finite, and for them to come from even if it was somehow like measured and metered in some way, for them to come from a steady income source. Events were that sort of fair middle ground in my mind where you don't just put it in a farmable node that we can pop apples in, but they're at least something that will consistently keep reappearing and giving people the options to farm them. Instead, how the developers chose to do this was via bond, and while that does work and it is a solution, bonding takes time, and bonding is also finite. So there is an upward cap on the amount of coins that you can have. This is something that perpetuates the NP6 problem in the game. I don't think anybody should be rolling for NP6, but there are the occasional people out there who sometimes do, just for completion's sake. So this perpetuated that issue, and it's one of the reasons that I don't like the way they handled that particular part of the fix. That being said, again, they still did do exactly what they should do. So the next part here was that pity shouldn't be, or that pity shouldn't reset. The logic here is that we want pity to apply to literally everything. And in that regard, we did get a fix in the prior year here in 2024 that actually did apply. They made pity extend to each subsequent copy of a unit rather than just the first copy, or at least I say of a unit of an SSR. Pity does not, however, apply to 4 stars. And this is one of the reasons why they still technically haven't done this. Pity does still reset, and as a result, it doesn't carry between banners. It does not allow you to have different rotational rate ups without it just being a wholly new banner. This is the whole reason why it's still very difficult in some ways to get a 4-star in the game. And it's something that I think they do need to address. I will talk about that in the 2025 slide, but this is definitely something that they've only kind of half solved. So in this one, they kind of get like a C or a B versus compared to the prior one, again, like a C or a B on this. FP should be faster to roll out. Well, they technically didn't get this one in 2024. It was just the very first fix that they gave us in 2025. I'm going to say they did exactly what I asked. They get, again, an A+ right here. They absolutely recognize the need here. And while this one has been on the list for a couple of years, and they've definitely been slow to get around to it, kudos to them for actually pulling the trigger and fixing this glaring problem. Again, if you're somebody that has ever had to roll out your FP for things like, again, grail casting, or just to try to get maybe like the embers or the foes out of it, you know rolling your FP out was a pain. So the fact that they gave us a 100 spin on JP just recently, absolutely fantastic and exactly what we were asking for. Next up here is that the quick card type basically needs more support options. We've seen them kind of try to address this in some way, shape, or form over the years. For instance, we did get Summer Scotty, and we have had various other units out there like Daiko Kuten, or again, God, what's his face, writer man, Taigong Wang, that have basically been sort of this hybrid type of unit. But that being said, we still don't have like that meta support option that is a party charger or a party sustainer like a Merlin. So we're missing a Castoria or a Merlin variant for quick. Scotty, like original Scotty, feels like she's supposed to be the survival option, but she doesn't actually have the ability to stack her NP with any other source of dodge. And it's just a singular hit, as opposed to like Merlin having an entire turn's worth of invuln. So to me, it doesn't feel very applicable for a lot of these scenarios. It can work in a pinch, but it definitely needs to at least be improved if the developers expect us to use that as our go-to survival mechanism for quick. As a result, to me, quick still needs Scotty, like original Scotty, to have some way to get back to her NP on her own, or we need more quick options. And to me, giving more quick options is probably the most logical choice, and it's the choice that the developers should do. And this doesn't just extend either to the meta options either. We also don't really have any low star options for quick. As we've seen over 2024, they did some pretty wild buffing that they actually turned certain units that didn't really have a card type they were specific to into arts units. And that made it really weird to see, as they're still kind of avoiding quick, even in the low star range. So this is something that they absolutely must address in 2025. If they want people to continue to like and desire the quick units that they're putting in the roster, they absolutely need to address this issue. We'll see how it goes. Maybe 2025 will finally be a quick laden year, but hopefully they actually do address this. For right now, they get an absolute F on this one. Now, before I've said mix and match ascensions and NP animations, I actually changed this for the upcoming slide. I'll talk about it a little bit more there. This is more of a, like, I feel like they need more customization options for units. More things that allow the player to tailor the unit to how they want them to be. It doesn't have to be specifically these things, but I think this is more of a like quality of life player enjoyment thing that I would like to see them do more with. But again, I'm not going to really say they get failing marks for this one, as this one is way less of a like they have to have it and more of a this should be something they're striving to do behind the scenes over time. Next up here is that faux pas acquisition rate should be doubled. They get an A plus for this because they absolutely did that in multiple ways. Not only did they add faux pas prints to the Mana Prism shop, but they have also subsequently, just recently here, doubled the amount that they've given out. So I'm going to say this actually is addressed, and this is something that I think the devs have finally realized. Faux pas prints didn't really work as a system because they weren't given out frequently enough to actually fulfill their role. What was their role? Well, their role was to give you another way of customizing your unit and making it your own and improving it, giving you a goal to kind of achieve, a treadmill to kind of work on for your account. You couldn't really do anything with faux pas because you acquired them so slowly. They didn't even work as the devs intended to be a QP drain because of how long it took you to acquire them. So in that regard, increasing the amount that gets given out to players absolutely was something they needed to do, and they have kind of done that. Next up here, you can see craft essence leveling needs quality of life. This is something that absolutely must be addressed in 2025. I will talk about it a little bit more later, but it is doubly so more imperative now thanks to this one getting addressed. So I think at this point, they're absolutely going to have to do this, and only time will tell how long it will take, but we'll see. Actual account-based security options. Now, this is a really funny one, because if we're talking about JP, they actually get an A+ for this. They have, in fact, done this. They have the Aniplex store online. They have the entire account system there. You no longer have to, like, use your transfer code in-game in order to move between devices. So they have actually addressed this. On the NA side of this, though, they get an absolute F. This is still a huge problem for the global/NA server. The fact that this isn't addressed still, to me, is just wild. I expected it would be addressed sometime after JP implemented it. The fact that NA still hasn't even mentioned that it's coming is just wild to me. The rate of unit upgrades needs to increase. This was a particularly bad one during 2023. That is to say, the year that NA is just recently going to be heading into here, NA's 2025, was historically the worst year for strengthenings and interludes on JP ever. And it was not really that close. So that's why this ended up on the list. And man, in 2023, they failed that one. In 2024, though, they get an A+, as they were only one upgrade away from setting a record for that year. This is absolutely something that needs to happen, especially as they have now started to put 90++ everywhere in the game, as well as the inclusion of new 90-star nodes being a thing. So the fact that those two are prevalent in the game means there is a huge need to start picking up the rest of the roster and actually improving them to be more functional in those nodes. We definitely have newer units that really push the envelope of damage and have insane charge capability, but some of these older year 1 through 3 units do not have that and absolutely need to be revisited. They're definitely doing a better job of it as of 2024. Hope they increase that or at least maintain that for 2025. Bond CEs needing to be improved. Now, this is still an issue. We actually recently got news of an upcoming system in the game, the Grand Graph system, where we're going to be able to make some of our units Grand units. Supposedly that will allow us to use not only a normal craft essence on the unit, but also their bond craft essence. That's definitely going to be an interesting thing, but it's also going to bring this issue to a head. So this is, again, something that needs to be addressed. Mr. 2 has talked about this and their desire to do something with Bond Cs. He has said that you guys should get as many of them as possible unlocked. But I think overall, we need to see not just the base stats, which are stuck at 100 improved, but we also need a just wholesale pass on certain units' Bond Cs, because some of them are absolutely atrocious and relatively useless. So even having the ability to use it alongside another craft essence, in some cases, will make absolutely no difference or impact on the battle. This is something I think the developers need to start looking at in 2025. In that regard, they absolutely get an F for this one, given the fact that they have talked about it in prior years, and it still has not been addressed. The coin interface needs to be lockable. This one still is not addressed. They did do a lot with coins. They did fix a lot of the coin situation, and they did give us a huge influx of coins back into our accounts. However, they still have not allowed us to actually lock coins. So it is still absolutely possible for you to fat finger it, for you to press the wrong one, and for you to basically end up accidentally using coins. There is a confirmation screen in that dialogue where if you go to spend coins that are, let's just say, rarer, you could definitely, like, at least get a pop-up warning you that that's going to be the case. That being said, it is a very frequent thing to spend the coins of Khadroth or Saber Lily that appear in the gacha, the FP gacha, and they are considered rare coins, which means players are used to just clicking OK on that pop-up. I definitely recommend exercising caution on your end, but it would be very nice if that actual, like, function existed in that interface. That is to say, you could lock coins so that there was no worry about you accidentally using a rare 4-star or 5-star or even a 3-star that's like story locked and accidentally using their coins instead. Again, I think this is a small thing, but I think it's also kind of a huge thing, and I'm surprised they still, after all this time, have not done anything with it. Last one here is better interaction with the community. This one is never going away. The developers do not frequently talk with the FGO community. They don't have things like a public Discord. They don't have really any mechanism by which to talk to players. They have gotten better since the COVID year, but they're still really just talking in one direction. We get things like the developer diary on NA, the Chaldea break room, and all that. But these are more talking at the players and less actually like a dialogue, an open dialogue with the community about things. I think there's always room for improvement here. I'm not going to give them an F, but I am going to give them like a D in this regard. They're doing the bare minimum of what would be expected of a modern game for this. They definitely need to improve. And the rate of main story should be increased was one of the goals for 2024. This is absolutely something that they did do. I think it's fair to say that the Ordeal Call chapters, while they are certainly longer than something like Epic of Remnant or something like that, they are still coming out at a pretty decent pace and arguably faster than the Lostbelts were. Not by much, but at least by some. So I can at least kind of give them a C on this one, as this is something they have addressed. But admittedly, I still think they can do better. So now with all of that in hand, let's look at what I think they need to do for 2025. So with that in mind, here we go. You guys can see this is basically what I think they need to address. So some of the things that were on the list got addressed and moved off. So the first one here is bond overflow should be implemented. This is an idea that I have come up with before. I've talked about it many times on stream, and I've said for years now that the developers need to do this. What is bond overflow? Bond overflow is the concept that whenever you use like mash during certain events and story, and she's in your backline, she technically can't gain bond. So as a result, she instead a lot of the time will pass her bond onto other units. That is the concept of bond overflow. They need to implement this not just for MASH, but for any unit that is already bond 15. Now, there's always the possibility that they could extend this to like, hey, why don't we just raise the bond cap to bond 20? However, the developers have gone on the record as saying that is not happening anytime soon. And I think it's safe to say it will never happen. And the reason why is if you look at the way the coin system is set up now, it is absolutely hinging on bond 15 being the cap. So as a result, it's a-okay that they want to leave that as the cap if they implement something like bond overflow. If they don't, though, this will become an increasingly annoying concern for the player base. That is to say, people still want to bond efficiently. People still want to gain courts from bonding. But what happens when all of their meta supports hit bond 15? What happens when all of their favorite grailed units hit bond 15? Players are going to become dissatisfied with their inefficiency and the fact that they are never able to bond units if they want to take their favorites. This is going to become a growing problem, and we've actually already begun to see people complaining about it more regularly. I think this is something the developers need to get out ahead of, because there is a lot of resentment for the fact that the developers do not wish to increase the bond cap. So they have two choices. They can either increase the bond cap or implement bond overflow. If they choose to do neither, the player base is going to get angry with them, and it's going to get worse over time. So again, this is something to me that they absolutely should do. Pity should not reset, or it should apply to 4 stars. So again, this is the concept of pity shouldn't reset whenever the banner changes, so that we can go back to having solo rate-ups of 4 stars on individual days, or they need to implement a pity system for the 4 stars. To me, the former is the developer-friendly choice. It's the choice that allows them to still keep milking us a little bit and making money. But at the end of the day, players are still upset over the whole 4-star situation. So much to the tune that they've had to tweak the 4-star rate multiple times now, and I still don't see this problem going away. Players are still going to feel like they're getting shafted whenever their primary goal is a singular 4-star in it rate up with multiple of them. There's, in some cases, no way to really isolate the 4-star that you want, and this leads to a lot of frustration. And historically, I think if you look back at FGO and a lot of the struggles that it has had, the biggest things that lose FGO its player retention, is to say that will make players quit the game, are usually gacha related. So I don't think necessarily that this is going to be a big deal that's going to make players quit, but I do think there is the potential here to lose the occasional frustrated player when they can't get the 4-star that they really, really want or desire. This is something that probably needs to be addressed sooner than later, but we'll see how the developers choose to handle this as things go forward. Next up here is that sources of mana prisms need to be doubled. So this actually replaced basically the prior statement about faux pas and things like that. Because as the developers have realized some of the inadequacies of the systems, they have decided to start putting things in the Rare Prism or Mana Prism shop. This is fine to a degree. The problem that we have is the only real quality of life we've gotten since they added Mana Prisms to the dailies, with regards to Mana Prisms, is that they put Mana Prisms in actual gacha rolls. Not FP rolls, though. Just actual gacha rolls. Then that's fine and dandy if you're a whale. But ultimately, at the end of the day, this does not suit free-to-plays at all. This essentially makes it a pay-to-win mechanic, and it's definitely a frustrating thing. Now, some of you guys may be veterans of the game. You may have ground really hard in lottos, and you may be sitting on thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of Mana Prisms. So to you, this may not seem like an issue at all. But I can straight up tell you, if you're more free-to-play oriented, or you're just new to the game, you are having an exceedingly difficult time having enough Mana Prisms to actually buy all of the things that you need. Not just clearing the Mana Prism monthly shop, but also buying back old CEs that you may have missed, or again, trying to get them unlocked in general with Rare Prisms. The developers have gone out and tried to make some of these things free with regards to the Rare Prism cost. I applaud them for that. That definitely removes that sort of pay-to-win aspect. But the issue at play here is there are still just not enough free sources of Mana Prisms to go around. So every currently existing free source needs to be doubled. And even if you double it, it will still take most players years to be able to acquire the majority of the craft essences that they want out of the Mana Prism shop. This is definitely going to be a concern for newer incoming players if the game wishes to keep recruiting people and keep growing. This is something that needs to get addressed. Again, you guys can see I still have this on the list. Quick absolutely needs to get addressed in 2025. I'm tired of talking about it. It really should have been addressed years ago. The fact that it's not still addressed in 2025 is just wild to me. Hopefully, it will get addressed this year. But again, we need low star options for Quick, and we need more meta options for Quick as well. Scotty is fine. Summer Scotty is also good. The problem is, there's only so much one unit can do. So short of them making another Castoria-like situation, the developers definitely need to start looking at what Quick actually needs to succeed. And no, critting down a wave is not the answer unless they choose to get rid of all carding RNG. This is definitely something that they could choose to do. However, then FGO is going to have a different type of meta problem, as the meta will shift away from Noble Phantasms and more towards carding, which I don't think the developers want, given all the resources they pump into making Noble Phantasms. And again, this has been an issue over the years, as the developers have mentioned that this is why they don't wish to provide something like an NP skip or an auto battle. They want you to view the animations that they spent a long time working on. They think that this is a valuable thing for the game and that players do enjoy this and it helps keep them around. So if they start switching things more to just carding and that being the solution to everything, they're in a really weird spot. So I don't think that's the solution for Quick, but we'll just have to see how the developers want to address this. You can see I've changed the whole split, Ascension and NP animation issue, and I've just generalized this point to more of a more unit customization options need to be here. Again, it could be something like being able to detach which NP animation gets used versus which Ascension gets used. Or it may also be an issue with hey, I just need new ways to improve my unit to make them seem like they're mine and not the same as the guy next to me. Or this could be something like implementing the different like color swatches and things that they had on the arcade game over in Japan. Doing something like that could definitely be another way of allowing for customization. I don't really care how they do this. This is, again, more of a generalistic thing, and it's something that overall, long term, they just need to be striving for. The more they do this, the more it feels like the players will probably appreciate it. So again, it's an easy way to score points. And this can include things like skins as well. So it's totally up to them and how they want to do it. This is one that probably is the more difficult one for me to put on this list. That event pacing needs to improve. To me, this is a hot button topic that a lot of people in FGO feel strongly about. It's difficult to say how this needs to improve because a lot of people feel strongly about this in different ways. Some people feel like we don't get enough events in FGO now. Other people over the past year here have said there were too many collab events. And other people feel like each individual event itself lasts too long. So it's difficult to say what the developers specifically need to do here, other than they need to do something, because the overall sentiment appears to be relative dissatisfaction. It's not like fervent anger, but it does appear like the majority of people out there are seemingly feeling like FGO is missing the mark when it comes to its events nowadays. It doesn't mean that each individual event isn't well crafted. It means that the overall logistics of how they're handling it is maybe the issue. So I think this needs to be examined. I do think personally, one of the things that I have noticed is as we have switched to 3-week events off of 2-week events, we are not running as many events. That's okay to a degree. The problem that I've noticed is sometimes we lack resources. For instance, an example and an anecdote I can give of this was that 2 years ago, my JP was close to finishing every single unit that it had being FO'd. I just finished this about a month ago on JP. So even though I was close 2 years ago, I just finished now. How is that the case? The answer is they simply did not give out enough foes relative to the new units that were actually being put into the game. This is a reward structure issue, and it's partially the fault of things like the event pacing. So, does that mean they need to put more foes in event shops? Maybe. Does that mean they need to run more events? Maybe. I'm not really sure that there's a definitive answer, but it's something that they need to keep their eye on. And it's funny because they actually did recently give out another influx of materials like foes. And I think this is because the developers looked back and they realized they hadn't actually given out that many over the course of the year. So this is something that I think the developers need to pay really close attention to, and they need to do a better job of overall as a whole. Regardless of how people feel about the nature of events and things, personally, I'd like to see a little bit more variety. Things like our Grail fronts and stuff coming back. Again, the main interlude system getting used a little bit more. But these are, to me, smaller nitpicks in the greater overall complaint that is the event pacing as a whole. So let's see what they do with it this year, but hopefully this is something that will improve. Craft Essence leveling needing quality of life returns again, and this is really astounding to me because, again, Mr. 2 has actually already talked about this. I'm confident that this will get addressed in 2025, and the reason being because they just did address the FP situation. The FP situation getting addressed means that now everybody realizes that inventory management in this game sucks. So this is something that, again, needs to get addressed. And I do think it will this year. Mr. 2 has already talked about having a proposed fix, and the proposed fix is the exact same one that I've mentioned that they should do, which is that they should add batch leveling to craft essences. If you're unfamiliar with what I mean, again, the button that is in the top right corner of leveling up your servants in the enhancement screen there, where you can add entire 20 stacks of embers at a time, is exactly what they need to do for craft essence leveling. Sure, it wouldn't be the most ideal or efficient thing, but it would be great if you're just making a like sort of easy craft essence bomb. If you don't know what a craft essence bomb is, go check out my video on it. Explains exactly how to level a craft essence efficiently. So again, that's something they need to facilitate. This is something that absolutely needs to get addressed this year, but I'm actually confident that the developers will get around to it, hopefully sooner rather than later. I've changed out the whole, hey, we need account-based security options thing for now the real next hurdle that they need to get over. The ability to play FGO on multiple devices, even simultaneously potentially. This is technically already doable with certain techniques that you can use, but none of them are officially supported, and almost all of them require you to be relatively tech savvy. To me, FGO needs an easy way to be able to just have your game existing on, again, your phone, your computer, your tablet, you name it. I don't really care how they do this. They just need some way to do this. And I think the community would thank them for it, as people would have easier ways to play the game no matter where they are, either at home or on the go. The fact that we can't really do this naturally and we have to use transfer codes is one of the easiest ways that people do lose their account. And that is the fastest way to lose a player in any gacha game. Imagine any gacha game that you play, imagine losing your account somehow. That is going to be one of the fastest ways to get you to just never come back. So to me, it's something that absolutely the developers do need to address. I think they need to get away from the transfer code system. I think it is terrible for the game that it has it at this point. And to me, they need to start modernizing the game and bringing it into what a lot of other gacha gamers at least expect in this degree. So again, having the ability to play on multiple devices, absolutely great. The developers should see what they can do on this front in 2025. The rate of unit upgrades does not necessarily need to increase, but it does need to continue. Developers absolutely need to continue the rate at which they have been upgrading their units. If you feel like they're upgrading units really fast, good. They need to, because they absolutely dropped the ball for multiple years. And as a result, we definitely have a good chunk of the roster that is way far behind the performance of some of the newer, more high-octane units. I'm not saying every unit has to be absolutely the same performance, but we have such staggering gaps in performance now that, again, there is just a, hey, who should I roll for this class? And people can easily point to one unit in that class. That's a problem. Not for us, for the devs. If the developers want to continue to make money off of every single unit, they definitely need to start improving the performance of some of the more forgotten about units. Units like Semiramis that still just are outdamaged by nearly every welfare that they have for that class. That is certainly going to be a problem the next time a Semiramis banner rolls around. So it's something they really need to start addressing. And again, thankfully they did in 2024. Let's make sure they continue this in 2025. Bond CEs need to be improved. Again, this has been perpetually on the list, and it's going to stay here until it does get addressed. I do think adding the, again, grand servant graph system could be a thing, but I'm going to say this doesn't excuse the current state of Bond CEs. And regardless, it's not going to be a replacement if it only applies to 7 different units. So unless they vastly expand that system in the future, I think this is something that absolutely must get addressed. And doubly so because that system is coming out, there's going to be certain units that nobody's really going to want to grail gameplay-wise because of that. Or again, not even necessarily grail, but grand, I guess is the proper term here. People are just not going to want to make grands out of certain units if they feel like the Bond C is just utter crap. So this is something that really needs to get looked at. Again, not just on the effect department, but also on the overall base stats department. Both of these things need to be looked at hard by the developers because, again, most units, nobody uses their Bond Cs because they're just wholly worse than other craft essences that already exist in the game. Bond should mean something in FGO, and I think they need to kind of revisit this at this point. The coin interface still needs to be lockable, as I've explained before, but doubly so now that they've given out a crap ton of new coins. We don't want people accidentally burning and using coins that they don't intend to in Grail casting. So this is definitely, like, it's a small thing, but it's something to me they really need to kind of just look at. Better interaction with the community absolutely needs to be addressed. And I'm sorry, but one of the chief issues that I have with this does end up being Nasu. For those of us that have been around FGO as a whole and Fate as a whole, you know, Nasu likes to do a little bit of trolling. He definitely likes to speak in half-truths and definitely likes to kind of throw things out there to obfuscate and throw you off the scent of what he's trying to do. The issue is, this has had a negative impact in the community over the years. Seen a lot of doom posting lately, and really this is going to lead me into the next point. But again, I think the developers need to get out ahead of the current messaging on the game. They need to have a more open dialogue with the community, and they need to be doing a better job overall of representing themselves, not just kind of sitting back and saying nothing. So the reason I said this is going to segue into the final part here is because, yeah, things FGO needs to do in 2025, it needs to do a part 3. We know that the story is ending for part 2 in 2025. The developers have already come out and said this. Maybe it won't end until the very end of the year. But regardless of how they do it, we need confirmation that there will be a part 3. We already know the game won't end due to a recent interview that Takeuchi put out, saying that yes, we will be celebrating an 11th anniversary. Yes, the game will continue to go on. But what we need to know is that there will be story there for us to do. I believe that there will, and I believe the developer sentiment sort of says that, but it's not as clear cut when it comes to things like that. The developer messaging on part 3 has just been, well, the game will end when the players want it to. And that's a cool idea because we know that the players don't want it to end, but they're also not necessarily committing to a next part. I think part of this is just they're trying not to spoil, they're trying not to ruin any sort of surprises they have planned, but it's definitely leaving FGO in its 10th year as a game in a state of limbo for members of the community. And it's difficult to defend against people that are doom posting and saying that the game is coming to an end because we don't have any sort of factual proof to just point to. While all the signs do appear to be there, we can't just point to a line where they've said there will be a part 3. We will continue the story, just maybe in a different way. So this is definitely something that is a huge concern for FGO. We need this confirmed, and this is absolutely something that I hope gets addressed at minimum by anniversary this year with the interviews that happened there. So again, hopefully the developers come out and actually do talk about this. In the meantime, let me know what you guys think about this list. What do you think FGO needs to do to improve for 2025? Well, what's your biggest quality of life you'd like to see them implement? And what sort of major changes would you like to see them apply to the game overall as a whole? Thank you all for watching. My name's Khadroth again, and I will see you guys for the next video. Okay, chat. There you go. I have nothing to drink. We need tower events. Oh my god, I actually have nothing to drink. What the shit? Alright, chat, hold on. Let me be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. Had to go grab some form of drink. Setsubun's pretty much extinct. Yeah, I mean, look, it is what it is. I like having the tower events. I'm saying they just need to make, like, variants to the actual event structure. But at the end of the day, I think FGO is still a great game. And I feel like this needs to be said more, especially by us content creators. I love FGO. FGO is such a fun game to play for me at times because it scratches like all my itches. It has turn-based strategy. It has hot women. It has literally the lore and story that I just love to talk about and crave. But it definitely is archaic in certain ways and forms, and it definitely needs to improve. So to me, I need to be constructive with how I tell them. I need to do a good job filling out surveys. And I need to be a good representative of the community, which means holding them honest, but also giving them credit when they do things right. Again, I've given them credit numerous times over the past year here. And this, I really gotta say, like, they did such a good job in 2024. Things that they went completely ass backwards in prior years, they reverted and made changes for the better. They addressed almost all the major things on this list in 2024. So for that, overall, the developers, God, man, they get like at least like a B for last year. At least. For me, personally, it's like an A. I think within reason, you can't expect developers to just like drop everything and overhaul the game. So they did a whole lot of hard work, given everything that we seem to hear about them having like skeleton crews and stuff. Why would they not commit to part 3? They just put a huge emphasis on story. I really think that. That's like, they don't want to spoil anything. They want you to think that the game and its story is ending with that final chapter. They want you to think that. So that when it doesn't end, your feeling, your emotions, that like elation that you will feel, that joy upon realizing that there's more, will be so great. That's what they're wanting. And I get that. But man, the fucking hyenas are circling, dude. Like, the doomers just, oh man. C-bombs are annoying and not intuitive. To be fair, the way that the game is set up, there's just no way that they can fix that. They can't make C-bombs intuitive, because the way a lot of people level craft essences, if they don't realize C-bombs are a thing, they just go and they take like let's say you have like an MLB Black Grail. People just take shit and throw it straight into the Black Grail. That is terrible. Don't do that. That will lose you so much QP. Absolutely do not level it that way. But that's the problem. Because the way the game works, literally it is a factor of what level and rarity the CE already is. And then the cost is associated with a third factor, which is, quote, how many items are being used to level it. This is why CE bombing is a thing, because it literally is taking the least rarity and a very low level CE, and it is quite literally, due to the compounding nature of the experience inside of it, also reducing how many items you're using to level. So it's like, is it intuitive? No. But that's because the mechanics people don't realize. I think if they did a better job explaining the mechanics, people would very quickly realize, oh shit, that's a problem. But they still might not figure out how to actually handle craft essence bombs. Like, for instance, chat, I'm not the person that came up with craft essence bombs. That's people on like the JP side of things that are far smarter than I am. What I did is I basically just published the guide for it in the end, where I just went like, wait, no, this is how this works. Somebody needs to make a video about this. Let me go through this and like actually address this is how this works in the like more efficient manner. Even veteran players don't know. Yeah, that's why whenever craft essences and leveling them comes up on any video in any stream that I do, I always like mention craft essence bombing for leveling, so that people realize that's a thing, and I usually plug my video because I know people don't know. And again, I still regularly get in the comments of that video, I've been playing for years, how did I never know? And again, actually, chat, I believe we just hit 4.5 million views on the channel. So, like, all of my old guy content still popping off. Worst part of 2024 was one lotto. I'm going to quote Bob here. I'm going to actually quote Bob. Honestly, only one lotto was probably fine. And the reason I'm quoting Bob is to let you guys know I'm not the only one that thinks this. One lotto was fine. Like, it sucked. I wish we had known that that's what they were going to do. But, yeah, I mean, I subsisted with one lotto. I think the bigger issue with only having one lotto is absolutely... Where is it? It's right here. The biggest issue with only having one lotto is, dear God, the mana prism situation is fucked. You can always go out and grind more embers. You can always go out and grind more QP. Dear God, the mana prism situation is bad if you're a new player. And since they never changed how CE leveling works, it's still relevant nowadays. Yep. I'm surprised the CE bombs haven't been mentioned on the Learning with Manga comic. Yeah, honestly. I prefer a reward structure that doesn't rely on the time commitment of a lotto. I mean, I feel that, right? Like, lottos are the only time in FGO that you actually have to sit down and, like, spend a lot of time. I think that's a issue, right? But it is what it is. It doesn't bother me as someone that's been doing it for years, but I understand how it bothers other people. Especially if you play other gacha games. A lot of other gacha games now are just like, hey, yo, bro, here's an auto. Or like, hey, yo, bro, you can, like, run the node once, but it actually counted, like, 3 or 4 times. They added more items to event shops. Yeah, that I do know. Like, and that's why, like, when I was talking about the event pacing, it's like, hey, this is difficult for me to actually, like, say it's this specific problem. Because it's just, this is a combination of problems and issues. And different people think there's different issues. So it's like, I don't know what the devs need to do here. I struggle to give them concrete feedback on this, because the community does not have a consensus. For 5 days past the event instead of the usual 7? No, I didn't notice that. Multiple auto runs make me less invested in the game. Yeah, I mean, like, for instance, I've been playing Girls Frontline 2, and, like, it's kind of a chore, because I just go in there and I'm like, alright, auto all of my AP away. Versus, like, FGO I don't view as a chore. I just play it every day. It, like, there's points where it's like, it does feel like a chore, but there's other points where I'm just like, alright, sweet. I get to play. It's something to do. In fact, main interlude gets ignored for years. Yeah, I think, like I said, the fact that the main interlude system overall is such a failure. Main interludes started out as basically essential story is the way they claim them to be. Then it morphed into actual story chapters, so like 6.5 and 5.5. And then it morphed back into just like, hey, a way to unlock old welfares. So this is like just such a like weird like way that they've handled this. I don't care what the heck they do with it. They just need to start doing it again. Because, like, as much as I like the Evocation Festival is a means to an end. It's a way of giving the player base the welfares that they are too lazy to do the reruns for. Because they, like, I say too lazy. It's probably not too lazy, but it's like they don't have the staff or the resources to do anymore. Which I think is a problem. I don't think that's a good sign. Yeah, Spartan was telling me earlier that he saw somebody complaining that FGO has a skip button and that that's a sign that the story is bad. And I'm like, yeah, meanwhile, like everyone I know of complains that there's no skip button in Genshin. And the reason that I know everyone complains about it is because, damn, there are some points in Genshin that you're just like, oh my god, I don't fucking care. Just let me in this conversation. Farm blue apples to vote to waste time later. I mean, and that's really interesting because the blue apples are a larger concern in FGO, where like blue apples have, I think, to a degree, been a problem due to their uncapped nature, allowing players to infinitely create them. And I say infinitely, there is a upward cap, but the cap is way larger than the cap in like any other game for this sort of thing. And so that's allowed players to just infinitely stock their stuff for the future, almost like a chipmunk squirreling it away for winter. And what we all do is we all just, yeah, it's like raids, lottos, that's what we save it for. Ruins don't fix that. All that means is one more go for the welfare. Ideally, they should add events permanently. Yeah, and that's what I think they need to do. It's they need to, again, the main interlude system, right? As opposed to rerunning. They need to bring that back. They need to just start main interluding every freaking event. Like the second it's gone, and no, I'll actually let me state this: not the second it's gone. The devs should be allowed to have some FOMO. That is to say, you did not do the event, you do not get the reward right away. Like, you don't get to just eternally slack. So what they need to do is they need to say, like, all right, the event comes out. It runs its course. You missed it. It is gone for like 1 year. Then it gets added to a main interlude shop where they can either make it free or they can attach some sort of like requirement on it. You know what? Here you go. It's totally free with one requirement. You must do them in order. There you go. You don't get to pick and choose. You got to go through every freaking event. So if you want the most recent welfare, You have to start back in year fucking 1 of FGO. And you have to go and you have to do that event. Use the procrastination against them. But like I said, like, you can still have some FOMO, and there you go. It's permanently there after that point. Everybody can do it. Who cares? How would that work specifically for people who started later? Oh man. Want to do the most recent event? You better have the requirements unlocked for it. Otherwise. Now, to be fair, chat, okay? When we say the main interlude shop, I mean an actual main interlude. What does that mean? That means it's not a full version of the event. You don't have to like go and grind the entire shops out and all that crap. It's the reduced form. It's like you just do the story and then like that gets you the thing that you need, and then you go and you have the welfare or something from it. That's it. Like that's all you need. And I think this could be another interesting way of like maybe by doing the main interlude, you get evocation leaves. And then once you've completed the main interlude for that unit, it unlocks in the evocation shop. There you go. That's simple. It's a way to gate things, but a way to, you know, again, force people to actually do the story. Just do the event, there would be less pain to it. Yeah, I agree. Right? Like that's the logic there. It's like fear of missing out. Again, that's what FOMO is. It's like do it while it's relevant. It's easiest then. Versus, man, you might have to wait some time and you might have to like do all the other things in order to get to it. I would like to farm by skipping through NPs instantly, and that's exactly why they won't do it. Because at that point, just literally give people a fucking auto. Why even bother? Have a way to play all those earlier events that I wasn't around for. That'd be awesome. Right, yeah. And like, I think some people are looking at this like this is punishment, whereas like other people are like, oh my god, that's amazing. I think newer players would appreciate it. I think older veterans would be like, oh, no. If you've already done it, you shouldn't have to redo it again, type deal. Costs a code remover? No. Let that stupid item stay as a dead item. No code removers. Never again. They have literally let that item languish for way too long to ever bring it back. If they bring it back for any reason, I'm gonna be pissed at this point. Yeah, that's the other thing. Remember, main interludes stick around, so like you'd be able to run all the old CQs. Who wants to play CCC for the 8th time? That's how I feel about it. As well as the K&K event? Yeah. Change the name of Code Remover to Event Pass? God, no. Trade Code Removers for QP? I'm okay with that. Yeah, I think the only problem is if they let you go out of order, people are just gonna jump to like the most recent events, right? Like think about that logically. People are gonna jump to the most lucrative one that they know they can get like the really good welfare out of. They're not gonna go do the old ones. They'll just say, the welfare from that's crap. Force them to do it in order, And then not only will they experience the story and maybe gain appreciation, but they will also literally have to like go through the paces on everything. They will have to have literally done everything that the veteran players have done. Keeping event story permanent and story boss fights replay. Yeah, I agree with that. I think like that is something that like, again, I don't put on the list, right? But that's because it's technically already fulfilled with advanced quests. And then every time I bring this up, people complain about advanced quests. They're like, no, that's not what I meant. I wanted another repeatable form of challenge. That's fine. But like, that is what the devs view advanced quests as. So it's like, it's just a disconnect between the player base and the developers. The developers feel like they've already done this. The player base feels like they haven't. Wasn't there a vote one time for players to decide which events to rerun? Yes, that was last year. We don't know if they'll do it again. We don't even know if we're going to get like a survey here. Normally we get them in January, but. How will that work for events like Neurofest where it's a group effort to beat the boss? Turn it into an individual raid where you need to do it like X amount of times. Easy. It sucks that you can't refight story bosses. Yeah, I mean, I agree, right? Like I think you should be able to. But I think like asking the developers to make every single like event, every single like prior boss fight like refightable, to me it has to be like an overtime thing, unfortunately. Like it's not something they can just snap their fingers and just do. Morpheus Teen, thank you for the follow. Work for them a bit. Yeah, and I think that's the idea, Ein, is like you force people to kind of go through the paces. Yes, people would complain about it, but I think as long as it's quote the main interlude version of a story, who the fuck cares? Like it's so much faster than actually playing the entire event. An occasional quick non-story event type thing. You're talking about like and I've said this before, it's like with a lot of the fest lottos, we get what's known as like the challenge quest, aka the EQs, right? The exhibition quests. I would love to see these carved out of the lotto and separated from it. And then just we have like a week where it's like, hey, you just do the EQs. So it's like, yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Like again, like the Dante's Tower event is an example of that, which is not really a tower event, which is kind of funny. If I had to do 10 plus events to get a welfare that I want, I would skip story, honestly. That's fine. But keep in mind that you would also be getting welfares from the events that you would, in theory, be skipping. And if that's the case, then yeah, do a key system. Like, fine, you're gated. You don't, like, you can skip, but you're not getting anywhere. Like I said, they could absolutely make the system worse. I'm being generous. Because I'm not the developer. I don't have to do that. But they can totally slow you down. That one event that had like 25 plus of those EQs, don't remind me. Fuck Tesla Fest. All my homies hate Tesla Fest. In JP, did they ever give more chances to get pure prisms? Yes. And it's why like pure prisms were one of the things that were on this list at one point, but they've since gone away. But no, so now they have these. These are tickets, of which they've only given out 3 ever, that will allow me to totally refresh an item in the Pure Prism shop. What does that mean? That means if I go... Let's see if there's one that I've used entirely. I feel like there is. Probably Meteor Shards. Oh, really? I did the LB7 daggers. Damn. Ordeal Call 2, flowers, the night metals, and eggs. So, like, I can do this and I can say, hey, yes, I would like to refresh this, and this will literally just restore it back to the way it was. But I can only do that 3 times. So, like, there is a mechanism for this, but there's only 3 of these available at the moment, and they have not given out any more since. So don't expect it to be a, like, common thing. Like, you can probably expect more for, like, anniversary or something. So you can buy 300 bones? No. You can only refresh an item once. Like, once I refresh eggs and I buy them all out again, it's done. You can't refresh it again. When did JP get it? JP just got it. Like NA got it like less than a month later. Pure Prisms is the easiest way to reduce grinding. So this is a really funny thing. People complain that this game is too grindy. Holy fucking shit. The entitlement that some people have. FGO has what I like to call a finite system. You can literally future-proof a material. Where, like, within reason, you will never need that material again. You can't say that for the end game of, like, so many other gacha games. Because in most other gacha games, you have a perpetual revolving door of gear where it's like RNG stats and you can always technically get better. Whereas like in FGO, once you're done with the unit, you're done. You don't have to do anything else. It's done. You can mark it off the list. You did it. So the fact that people say FGO is too grindy, I'm like, huh? Again, I think the issue is people are just impatient. This game's a marathon, it's not a sprint. And chat, I would like to recall to you, like, look at my skill gems, right? This is my JP. My JP is nothing compared to my NA. Let's go look at my NA. Let's go look at the red skill gems on my NA compared to my JP. Whoops, wrong menu. So I have double the number on my NA than my JP, and my NA is 2 years behind. Like I said, it doesn't matter. You can grind easily in the game. And there are ways you can play the game. You can play the game how my NA does, which is that it ground so much that it is working with a 2-year lead. Or you can operate like my JP does. My JP is spendthrift. My JP goes, all right, I already have a bunch of units leveled. So do I need to level up the skill right now? Nope. Do I need to use this material? Nope. I don't have to. Unless the game literally says, like, hey, here's a node. This unit would be really good for it. You have that unit, but you don't have them like skilled up all the way. Unless that situation occurs, I'm just gonna go through with the units I already have. So my JP operates on a need basis. The way to put this in manufacturing terms is JIT. Just in time. This is just in time leveling. That's how my JP works. And it works. And as a result, is my JP less capable than my NA? Yeah. By how much? Probably less than 10%. My NA is like future-proof to all hell and back. My JP still has 90% of the capability of my NA and is far less future-proofed. But the reason this works is because I already have a robust roster. I already put in all the work on the front end. All of my units on JP are leveled. All of my units on JP are FO'd. So all I have to do is like level some skills and level an append if I need to. That's it. That's all the game can demand of me. And what you see, chat, is you see I have enough resources to do that. And if I dip below that, I go, I need that resource. And I go and I grind it. But that's usually what you do. When you are working with a lead, because both my accounts are, it becomes a lot easier to play the game. How do you get to the point where you can work with a lead? It's simple. You work on your like meta supports, and then you work on some really good farmers. And there you go. It's that easy to do. Mr. Fino, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. How's it going? How were the... I think you're playing Nikkei. How are the Nikkei rolls? Hello, everybody. We were just talking shop. Who the hell uses grease? Grease is actually kind of rare on JP right now. They haven't given out a lot of it. Better than my last set? Good to hear it. Chat, if you guys have never checked out Mr. Fino, go do so. He's a gotcha gamer extraordinaire. Good buddy of mine. Fellow streamer. What do I do with 4-star embers? 4-star embers I still use. Like 5 and 4-star embers both get used. 3-star get burned. And the reason 3-star get burned is it's just an efficiency thing. They're technically better off as mana prisms, especially since the game has so few. So like, again, you can look at my account, chat. My account has like 68,000 mana prisms. This is nothing compared to my NA account. This is my JP. My JP account finally has like all of the mana prism shop sees. What it doesn't have is like all those like old craft essences that they've started to put in the shop. Where the heck did they put those? Is it down here? Yeah, so these are the old craft essences that they started to add back. So like, have I bought all of these? Heck no! This is so many mana prisms. There's no way in hell I could buy all of these. I do need to buy that though. I'm buying that right now. But yeah, like there's a ton in here that's actually really good to have. But yeah, I mean, crap, if I actually buy them all, I will have no mana prisms left, and then I won't be able to buy my monthly shop. So this is a problem. And like I said, we only had the one lotto this year, so it's not like I'm fat and happy on mana prisms. It's expensive as fuck. Oh yeah, exactly, Alexander. And that's the entire premise behind CE bombs. What is this year's shop CE to get? You're talking about like the one that like, well, it's not a year. We usually get 4 a year. So usually you end up, if you buy them all, you end up spending 20,000 mana prisms a year just on the quarterly mana prism shop CE that comes out. $300 in the lotto to get Mona Lisa and Bella Lisa in lunchtime, and now I'm out again. Yep. And it's good. It's good when you finally like acquire all those like essential CEs and stuff. But man, it's rough. Like, and again, I've talked about this. I'm gonna end up making a video on this year, but it is just, it's a thing, and it's rough. Like, I'm not sure exactly what to tell new players in that regard. Like, there's definitely ones to aim for, but like some of them are very much in the eye of the beholder as to whether or not they're useful. Da Vinci Lotto was the best one we ever had. I think that's debatable, but it's definitely a thing with like, if you're somebody that you really just wanted statues and you're really hard up for them, heck yeah, Da Vinci Lotto looks really nice. Cad, give me your best farming spot, please. I want those clash gems. Lottos. I have so many skill gems due to lottos. I don't farm skill gems normally. The only way to do that is really like, I guess there's technically a node now in the storm pods, but most people got them done like originally. Like usually where people were hard up was caster gems, and usually people did that in the caster training grounds. I think it all starts with communication from the devs. Surveys will do this game wonders. I mean, we have surveys, but yeah, they did a weird thing last year where they didn't give out the survey in January, and they went all the way until like basically the anniversary without giving it out. I'm not sure what they're going to do in the future in this regard. I hope they do more, but I think the devs kind of knew, like, yeah, we have some issues and we need to fix them. And they knew, like, asking the community was just going to get the response they expected. However, that being said, putting out the survey faster might have stopped them from that 4th and 5th append debacle. But I think they were just going to go ahead with it anyways. I think, like, they just... I'm not sure if that was like La Singles doing, or if that was someone higher up the food chain pushing for that for monetary value. And I think like there is this issue, and I hate to say this, but I need to say this. Delightworks and now Aniplex. Now, technically, Aniplex was around back in the Delightworks time. It was both of them. But it used to be Delightworks running the game. Now it's quote-unquote La Single with Aniplex over the top of it. I hate to say it. I actually do feel like the monetization of the game has gotten worse since Aniplex took over. It's just what it is. It's not like it's changed drastically, but it does feel like there's way more of a like money focus at times. And the 4th and the 5th append situation kind of shows that. Like... I think Mr. 2 knew. I think that's why he immediately had like, here are the like 4 bullet points of what we're going to do. Like the next day, he had that ready within 24 hours of the announcement. That's insane. They knew. They knew. It's one of those deals where like, I think the developers got forced to do it. I think they had always planned on doing the 4th and the 5th append, but they got forced to trot out the 4th and the 5th append before actually giving us the fixes. And I think they knew it, and I think they knew it was going to be a problem, and I think they just kind of got overruled in the favor of money. And it's why you see them so apologetic about the situation. Because I think Aniplex looked at this and they said, hey, wait, with the 4th and the 5th append, we can make more money. And I think the developers were screaming, no, you idiot. You're going to make no money. You're going to kill the game if you do this. So they only had eyes for this when the reality was they were headed towards that. I never saw any survey. Yeah, they did a survey last year. Usually we do them on stream, so that's an easy way to tell whenever one gets done. Ended up getting 3 USOs each time, just ridiculous. What? Oh, no, you don't need NP8 to max a servant now. But, like, if you're talking about, like, back of the 4th and the 5th append, yeah, that was stupid. That being said, it's stupid that you need NP6 to max a servant. Period. End of story. You should never need NP6. NP6 is a stupid concept. Don't do it. That's my honest to God stance. I feel like Aniplex poisons everything they touch is kind of the consensus now. While I agree with you on that, Tsuji, I do think there was this generalized idea when we were switching away from Delightworks that I guess like there was optimism. We had this idea that maybe this was going to be better for the game, and that you kind of had interviews coming out at the time from like Nasu, Mr. 2, and everybody kind of involved saying like, hey, this is getting rid of some of the red tape that was in the way. Like basically like, hey, this is going to make things easier to do, is what it sounded like. That they had major bottlenecking issues when they were with the Lightworks. And yet now, looking back, hindsight being 2020, I don't think the decisions getting made about the game have been as good overall. I think 2024 was a much better year. But when you look at 2024 compared to 2023, chat, y'all are going to experience it this year. And NA will make it better than it was on JP. NA will smooth it some. But 2023 sucked. Like, not in terms of units. 2023 sucked in terms of, like, a bunch of the intangible metrics. Things like, again, no strengthenings or interludes, really. That's a huge issue, right? So, like, that's one of those deals where it's like, 2024, they did so much better. But they had to. They had to because they couldn't afford another 2023. If they had another 2023, chat, I said this, Trub said it, a bunch of the people in VIP that we talked with agreed. If they had another year like 2023, it would have killed FGO. Actually. So, like, they could not do it again. They had to come out of that slump. And they did. And that's why I'm like, oh, thank God. Like, I really hope that 2025 is more like 2024 than like 2023. Nasu did say it was going to help with people being less overworked. Yeah, and like, I hate to say it, chat, but I think Nasu lacks self-awareness when he says stuff like that. Because everything seemingly points to Nasu is the reason that they're overworked. Because it seems like Nasu goes like, hey, guys, I know we had this script in place for LB6, but hear me out. I rewrote it, and it's now 3 times as long. And look at all these, like, twists and turns that I've added. You can do this, right, guys? You can do it, right? I think that's what literally happens. I think Nasu, like, he's like, oh man, I have this idea, and he does things, and it's like, the idea is great, but the problem is the amount of work that it generates is like, I think the developers are sitting there and like, he did it again. He can't keep doing this. He's gonna kill us. Like, I actually think that's what's going through the developers' heads at times. You can see, chat. So with the recent NA stream, they had the lead animator on the stream. I don't know if you guys knew that's who that was. That was FGO's lead animator. And you can see when you look into his eyes, that man looks like he's dying. He's like, he just looks like he's like perpetually like strung out and lacking sleep. Cause like this is just his face. And I think it's stuck in this like from like just constantly like, you need me to do what? Okay. You need me to do what? Okay. Like, I think that's how that goes. I think that guy is just overworked to all hell and back. That's like every employed artist. I know, but apparently the like animation department in FGO is that issue. Like, that is where a lot of the bottlenecking occurs. And I don't think it's like the animators are bad. I think what is being asked of them is the problem, and they just don't have enough bodies. They need to hire like an entire like extra 30 people to work in that department. And it would still not be enough, because then Nasu would go like, you got 30 more people, which means you can do this now, right? Like, if I ask you to do this, you can do this now, right? Like, I think that's exactly what would happen. Nasu would just expand to the new people. He would just go like, oh, now we can do even more. And an example of this, by the way, chat, and we know this from interviews and news releases at the time. LB7 was delayed, particularly part 2, and it was delayed because of the animations. And like I said, I don't blame the animators. I blame what was being asked of the animators. I think that's the issue. You know what would be cool? Live 2D for the menus. You want me to do what? Okay. Like, yeah, I feel bad because it's like, do we all want live 2D? Hell yeah. Is there live 2D in the game? Hell no. Why? Why hasn't FGO done live 2D? That's probably why. It is literally me during tax season, but it's like that's how they are all year. All year. That's how they are. It looked like they had way too many managers planners. So the reason for that is because some of those are event planners. And this is because FGO does a bunch of live events. But no, that is a thing. And I do agree. I feel like they have too many, at least proportionally. Dad, can you do my taxes this year? No. Not even joking. They're not going to hire more people. Do you not see how greedy they are already? Yeah, and that's exactly the problem, right? So like, I'm dead serious when I say this. I think that's actually what went on between Aniplex and DW. I think it was, let's get rid of DW because we can, and they're in the way. We'll just literally hire all of their developers away and make La Single underneath us. We'll cut out the middleman because we are greedy. That is how I interpret that. I interpret that is the actual way that the deal went down. Let's take all of their talent and get rid of them. And not so that the game can actually get better, but so we can make more money. When it comes to sound effects, many of them are recycled. I can't tell how many times I heard the same beam from 40 plus characters. Oh yeah. And it's well known, especially with like some of the original animations, that characters share animations. This is the thing. And you can point it out like, oh god, with like any new servant that comes out. There's usually, if you look at their animations, you can go like, that's reused. That's reused. That's reused. So it's like, I'm going to say this, chat. That's actually not a problem. Part of being a developer is finding efficient ways to use your creations. And this means reusing them. So if you can get away with reusing an animation in a way that is like 90% of the same, but you just tweaked it a little and nobody really notices, perfect. That's exactly what you should be doing. You're working smarter, not harder. And the majority of players won't care, so it just is what it is. But yeah, that's, like I said, I think this is just a common thing in game development in general, and I don't really hold that against them. I think, like, there's definitely a fine line of, like, hey, you're reusing it too much, versus, like, you know, copy my homework but change it a little. Like, that's fine to a degree, as long as it doesn't get done too often. Better than the servant balls the year one assassins writers and casters shared? Yeah. I do think the root of the problem is the amount of characters they drop. So this is a really interesting thing because I've noticed this. A lot of modern gacha games release very few characters. Why is that? Why is it that they release very few characters? I can't really put my finger on an exact reason, but I can say that this is one of the reasons that you see things like increased, like, you know, copies being required. I can say that this is a reason why, again, like, hey, we've moved to like 3D and stuff like that. Sorry, that's not the reason. Cart before the horse. It's actually like, that's probably one of the reasons and one of the factors for why you're not getting as many. 3D is technically easier to adjust once it's already been made, but the act of creating it is maybe a little bit harder on the front end. So there is that kind of common issue. But I don't really know. Does FGO release too many units? Couldn't tell you. I feel like that sort of thing just depends. I think it's one of the things that attributes to FGO's overall like staying power and success. It's why it makes so much money. But is it why it struggles as well? Maybe. I don't know. Difficult to say. Yeah, that's part of it, right? Alexander, like part of the factor is that again, like, hey, we're going to require you to get more copies to max the unit out because we're not releasing as many characters, but also because we have a lower pity rate. So it's just like, it's their way of recouping more money. You could argue like everything that feeds into that is part of that issue. But I don't know. I feel the power creep the most in the last 2 years. I mean, yeah, I do too. But I think the power creep, like, the reason that we can, like, point to power creep in FGO is right here. Like, there you go, chat. We just doubled damage right there. doubled. That's huge. Like, I can look at like, hey man, we've like made strong units and stuff like that. But that's the biggest jump. That is where so much of this is coming from. Is right there. In this one skill, they fucked up. Because chat, even without this third skill, with just the first and the second skill, Oberon was already going to be a meta unit. Just with that. Why? 70% charge. People were going to use him anyways. So the fact that they like did what they did with this skill tells me two things. One, that they don't really have the gift of foresight when it comes to their design planning. Because if they did, there's no way they would have made it this strong. And two, they're actually not the ones in charge of balance. Type Moon is. They let the lore people handle the balance in the game. That's a problem. The developers need the capability to override Type Moon, I feel like, at times. It's not that, like, they can't have, like, hey, you know, he needs this as a skill. That's fine. But somebody needs to be the sanity check and go, bro, what? Like, you could have literally made it this, and it still would have been broken as dicks. You could have completely gotten rid of the Buster Up, still broken as dicks. You could have literally completely gotten rid of this, still insanely strong in a meta unit. So, like, I look at that and I just go like, oh my god. Now, maybe this is me not giving them enough credit. Maybe what's actually happening here is that the developers planned this. They literally planned for there to be a massive increase as sort of a reset button. Where like, all right, cool. We're going to create some massive power scaling so that we can release a new tier of node. So that we can up the ante and sort of get people like, hey, I need to roll more NP levels so that we make more money. Maybe that's what they did. However, and again, I can look at this and I can say that this has had maybe the opposite effect that they think they have. Like, they can look at Oberon's numbers and they can see like, oh man, Oberon sold like hotcakes. And they might be right. But I think while one unit has sold well, and then they've released other meta units that have also sold well, they have a bunch of really poor performing banners that are massively offsetting that. And the issue is because now they've defined a new meta that you're either part of or not. And if you're not part of it, you ain't selling well. They need to have more than one option for NP mod. I mean, I've said this before, but what they almost need is they almost need a second Oberon of a different type. There's numerous ways they could handle that. Like, yeah, you could do like, oh, it's NP damage boost, but then arts up. Oh, it's not an NP damage boost. It's a arts boost. It's a quick boost. It's an NP gain boost. I don't really know. I don't really care. But they need to do something because Oberon himself represents a massive increase in the power scaling of the game. And that's where the power creep has come from. And the reality here, chat, so to go back in time here a little bit. Originally, you had this concept with units where if you had the ability to charge a insane amount, this usually impacted your overall damage output. Usually because you could charge so much, you did less damage. And if you couldn't charge, you did more damage. What happened is it's almost like the Gandhi problem. Chad, are you familiar with the Gandhi problem in Civilization? Gandhi as a ruler has a modifier for like his aggression and his desire to use nuclear weapons. Gandhi's modifier is set at the minimal value that it possibly can be. However, if it gets modified by random leader variants that he might have or different effects that might happen to him, it flips over into the negative and absolute values to the highest possible value. So instead of Gandhi becoming completely pacifist and unwilling to use nukes, Gandhi becomes an absolutely like raging nuke whore. That's a problem. But it's become a funny problem, at least in the Civ community. So again, the idea with Gandhi is that Gandhi's either peaceful and achieving peace peacefully, or Gandhi is achieving peace through nuclear Armageddon. It's like, well, the world will be peaceful if everyone's dead. So it is what it is. But this is the Gandhi problem, chat. What happened was, oh yeah, hey, you can charge so much, so you do little damage, right? Oh, but now you can charge so much that you now touch Black Grail. And now your damage goes up as well. And then what happened is Oberon comes along, and Oberon directly impacts that. Oberon synergizes with that. So what you end up having is any trade-off that would have been here is completely offset. And now the unit that can touch Black Grail is so much stronger than any other possibility purely because they can touch it. So it flips around to, again, like the maximum. And this is a weird scenario, but you have it because of Oberon. The idea used to be, again, that charge was inversely proportional to damage. The more charge I had, the better craft essence I could use. So even though I was dealing less damage, things kind of evened out. I had more charge to reach a better CE, so I could do about as much damage as the person that didn't really have charge, but dealt more damage. But the second Oberon comes into the picture, everybody that touches Black Grail just goes, and this is what you have now. You have a weird scenario where it's basically just an arms race to who can touch Black Grail. If you ask me, they need to make it not mess with Black Grail, but it's too late for that. That would constitute a nerf. So, short of them nerfing Oberon, I think instead the better solution is to make more units capable of touching it. And let me put this in another perspective to you guys. So, chat, Oberon is the only 70% charger in the game. As a result, your maximum possible charge value is 2 Oberons and a 50% charger as the third support. What does this mean? Well, it's 140% right there, 50% more, so you have 190% being provided from supports. This is where the rule of if a unit can provide 10% charge, they can loop comes from. I want you to think about that. The only thing stopping this from being stronger is that there is not a second Oberon in the game. That is to say, there is not another unit that does 70% charge. Why? Think about it. What happens if you can now have double Oberon and another 70% charger? Well, now that's 210% charge. Probably not going to work out perfectly, but the logic here is that now everyone in the game can 3-turn. Because you can always K-scope the first 100% that you need. So what does this actually do? Just opens the door to more units. And what it might do is it might allow some of the units, probably most of the 50%ers, that are very, very close to being able to touch Black Grail, but can't, to now be able to touch it. What does that do? Evens the playing field some. Not going to even it for your 30% chargers. Not going to even it for your 20, your 10% chargers. But it will at least make more of the units capable of being on that level. Now, what do you do if you're the Castor Coup? If you're the Melisson? If you're the Tiamat? And you can already touch Black Grail. What does having more charge in the game do to you? Nothing. You're already able to start from zero. You're already in your best case scenario. So if anything, all it does is it creates more competition for you. More units are brought up to your level rather than you're somehow getting stronger from this. Now, that being said, this also only works in a scenario in which this new, 70% charger doesn't also boost them. If that's the case, they also go up higher from it. But it is what it is. So, at least if they provide an alternative to Oberon, you start to level the playing field some. And the idea, if you guys remember, I've talked about this with regards to the systems, that Arts has already reached and passed the finish line. Buster is now at the finish line, and Quick hasn't reached it yet. You can almost apply this same logic to, like, Tiamat, Melisson, Castor Coup. They're already at the finish line. They've already reached it. So who the fuck cares if they go beyond it? Because they're done. They can't do more. What you're doing, though, is you're now bringing new units in and letting them also reach the finish line. So, in a weird way, what you begin to see is you begin to see a scenario in which they have so much charge that it's actually not of benefit to them. They can't really do anything by having as much charge as they have. They're already reached the peak of their performance, and gaining more charge doesn't do anything. Versus the other units that it's like, oh man, they're so close to being able to touch Black Grail, but they just can't. They now can touch it, and they're now sitting pretty. So, like, it does at least, like, does it increase power creep again? Yeah, it does. But it actually, like, the cap is kind of already there, and what it does is it brings more units up to that cap. Potentially. Now, this is really weird, though, because I think the best way to do it is you don't do a 20-50 split like Oberon has. The best way you do the new unit is 30-40. Fucky, but it works. This would allow you at least some synergy between the two. $35-35. Why would you? Calm down, Satan. There's not much you can do with something like that, but yeah, like the issue is if it's another 20-50, the actual practicality of like the way the charge works in this triple charging scenario is like, so there's your two Oberons. And there's your third Oberon-like unit. So it's like, you can still start here, but there's still 10% waste. So it's not like you're actually able to start from like 90, where it's like, oh, I have like a normal K-scope and an unlocked depend. No, you can't do anything like that. And to be fair, even if they do 30-40, it doesn't solve this. So like, you're still just in a really weird spot no matter what they do. Upgrade waiver. I mean, you could. That'd be an interesting way to do it. And at least that would do something. However, here's the problem. If Oberon still exists as the king as a 70%er, then that means any unit that synergizes better with Oberon still wins. What do I mean by that? Well, let's say all of a sudden now you had like a new Quick or an Arts unit that with the new 70%er was able to touch 0. That's fine. It won't matter because Oberon likes Buster units more. Like, he's still going to be good, but any Buster unit that works with Oberon just works better inherently. Did his synergy. So what they need is they all honestly need a like synergistic like variant of him where it's like, yeah, oh, it's Oberon, but it does quick up. Oh, it's Oberon, but it does arts up. That 20% NP demerit's so funny. I mean, it does, in a weird way, like, chat, you don't realize it because it's like it's such an easy thing to just put this skill on turn 3. And then you never deal with this side. But it does actually prevent certain usages of the skill that does kind of balance things out. It's stupid, but it does work. Like, this is something where it's like, yeah, you look at it like, that doesn't do anything, and you're like, nah, take it from me as somebody that plots out a lot of comps all the time and is constantly sitting here trying to math out some crazy fucking thing. No, that actually does have an impact. It's just most of y'all don't realize it. It'd be quick because if they did it for arts, well, look, chat. Would it be better if they did it for quick? Yes, absolutely. But let's be realistic here. We all know they're going to do it for arts instead. Why? I don't know, because fuck quick, I guess. Like, that's just how the devs have acted all these years. Quick is not a bad card type. Quick is just underappreciated by the developers at this point. It still performs really well in like challenge content. It's just like in an actual system, Quick just feels so unappreciated by the developers. That little demerit actually makes looping with refund units like Saber really difficult. Yeah. Well, and I've said this before. So, like, one of the big problems that you have with a lot of the meta supports is the concept that I like to call block 50. Block 50 is the idea that, like, hey, we have 50% charge right here, but we cannot break it up. So, units that are not block 50, Waver, Reigns, Castoria, they have a lot of like variance in how they can use their skills because they don't have a solid block. Units that are block 50, Oberon, Koyenskaya, Scotty. That's the problem that they all have. It's like, oh man, do you have like 40% charge right now? Cool. You must use two 50% charges. And it's like, well, that doesn't help. So, like, this is the issue that you run into. And it's especially bad on certain units. For instance, the Saber faces. This is one of the reasons that, like, chat, I am so outspoken about this issue is because I face this issue with all of my favorite units. Most people don't. Most of the Buster units don't have refund on the back of their NP. What the Saber faces do. And damn, does it suck. Particularly the Oberon / Koyenskaya system really hates anybody that has 10 or 20% charge increments. They do not work well in this system. Because the system is designed for 30 and 50% chargers more than anything. That's who it's made to suit, is these people, not these. So now you might be thinking like, oh, well, Artoria has 30% charge. You'd be right. But Artoria also has 20% charge on the back end of her NP. Mordred also has 20% charge on the back end of her NP. Lartoria also has 20% charge on the back end of her NP. And it hurts them. It's why even though both Lartoria and Artoria have the actual charge in their kit to be able to start from 0, they can't naturally. They have to use overcharge to do it. And it's because of the way the system works. Quiz have become bad because they gave too much stars to everything else. I mean, that's part of the issue. Like Quick as a card has had its niche eroded. Or just make him peeing take exactly 100, 200, and 300% increments instead of clearing the entire bar. Well, 300 would clear the entire bar. But yeah, I mean, like, that's, I guess, an idea that they could try to do something with. It's just, okay, you know who that benefits the most? Chat. If you could NP and it only took 100% of your bar, who does it benefit the most? It benefits the card type that has the most refund already. So it's just like, fuck, man. Like, this is the issue that they have with the way they've designed things. So it doesn't do anything. Kinda, yeah. Like how Buster looping has nothing to do with refund. I mean, yeah, but the issue at play there is like, okay, so then let's say you make Quick not require refund. Well, it's just Buster then. So it's like, oh, well, in our efforts not to be just another arts card, we've become just another Buster card. They have a problem. And like, I don't envy them. I would definitely have already come up with and enacted a solution. It just wouldn't be a great solution. But that's kind of the issue is they just haven't done any solution yet. Mr. Foxforest, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it, my dude. How's it going? What are you guys up to today? Allows you to retain overcharge. Yeah, that would be a cool idea. I mean, it'd still probably benefit arts more, unless they made it Quick specific. I think that's why I've said before, it's like, if they do anything with the Quick, like, system, it needs to be specific to Quick, so that it can't be rated by Buster or arts. I've hired this Bargo to stare at me. No! Oh, you're playing CCC? Nice. Quick equals convert stars into refund. You could do that, but some Quick units wouldn't work well with it. And then also, it still has to be Quick specific, because otherwise Buster can manufacture stars so hard that it could abuse that. Started the True Rat today? Nice. But again, I hope you guys enjoyed your stream, and thank you again for the raid. We're just I don't know, like, hypothesizing at this point, as I've been talking about a bunch of topics since I finished recording for the video. What Buster servant can abuse stars? Literally every single one, thanks to both Koyanskayas and Oberon having it. Like, literally, in a standard Koyanskaya, Oberon comp, there are 60 stars on command right there. Just based off their 3 skills. And that's not even including if the Buster unit themselves has stars. So, like, if that could even translate into, like, oh, hey, well, you've got 10 stars more, so that's 10 more charge. Damn, son. Man, can I abuse that. You know who would love that? My wife. Lartoria would become a Black Grail Looper with that. Give me that. I dare you. I will absolutely abuse that. Allow quick MPs to crit. That will not happen. And the reason why is because they would have insane like scalability issues, and it would be very difficult to balance in the face of like things like break bars. And basically, I'm not trying to like absolutely like shit on you or anything like that, but that has been a solution that I've seen people come up with every single time we talk about quick, and it's out of all the solutions, it's the only one that I can just definitively say that doesn't work. No, I meant by NP. I didn't mean by skill. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you'd have to have some way, Curb, of like, it's definitive, where it's just by quick. Because if it's by any other source, man. Or units like Cuckoo that gets 30 stars per turn, yep. Or Mama Raiko that does it every time she NPs. So, yeah, there's definitely some oof in that. Heck, Cass Gill himself just will shit stars, so. MHXA would alt F4 any Saber on site. Oh, God, yeah. I mean, she already does. Do what they did with Van Gogh and turn quick cards into arts cards. Card-based solutions don't work for farming applications, if that makes any sense. Like, at least not with the way the current structure of the game is, because allow me, chat. What if I told you that you can solve this node by critting down a wave? Or I can just NP, so like NPing twice and critting down one wave. Or I can just NP 3 times. Which one do you want to do? There you go. So I just literally saw 2 things pop up in chat. One was Seal, which, yeah, congratulations, that's the exception. And the other is carding is unreliable. And yeah, that's the problem. So if it's unreliable, people just don't do it. And if they make it reliable, then people will only card and they won't MP. So they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. And that's one of those deals where it's like, I feel like they've tried to do this with Quick, where this is where like Summer Scotty comes in, right? Oh God. So like this is why Summer Scotty actually enhances Buster crit rather than quick crit. Because OG Scotty does quick crit. So that what they're trying to do is they're trying to go like, hey, 80% of your cards now do insane crit damage. So surely you can get a card on the right turn to crit it down, right? No, this is not a guarantee. And it's not like it's party wide. So like, oh man, you got the Summer Scotty's cards instead of the damage dealer's cards. You're just fucked. So like, it does appear like that's what they were trying to do with Summer Scotty, is they were trying to increase the odds of this occurring, but they still can't make it an absolute thing. So it ends up where it's like, this is an alternative solution, but it's not one you can guarantee. So I don't do crit comps due to unreliable carding. I mean, and I've said this before, chat, a lot of people don't like my wife. But damn, is she consistent. You run this in a double Koyan Skya comp, and you double this up, and you get 100% party-wide crit damage, I can fuck some shit up. I can absolutely fuck some shit up with this. And is it consistent? Hell yes, it is. It is very consistent. Is it guaranteeably consistent? No. It's like, and I've explained this before, it's like 95% odds, which is way better than like, you know, a lot of people going like, oh, hey, maybe I actually have like 65% odds of this occurring. Nobody wants to do this because this run literally fails like, again, basically 3 to 4 times out of every 10 runs versus a 95% consistency. I mean, it fails like 1 in every 20. It's like, you're like, oh no, it failed. Well, crap. I mean, that's like as common as me pressing the wrong fucking button. What would happen if we made a skill that can make a quick card AoE? I mean, you joke, but I'm sure that's going to happen in the future. My bunny is Buntin because I did that for some lottos. Yeah. And like, so when we look at Seal, and I called it for what it was when again, my initial reaction to Seal is that Seal is stupidly strong. And man, I feel like I underreacted to her. Seal is still mowing down like every freaking node they put in our way. And it's freaking hilarious. She has been the solution to so many of them. And it's not even funny at this point. I'm like, holy crap, you guys did too much with this unit. And part of it is right here. This is how you make carding consistent. However, they did it only for her. Only for her. Still, it's so strong that it is now like the go-to solution for this type of thing. So they have to be very careful. Very, very careful. Is there any way to make Osaka Behime more of a better farming support in one buff? Well, yeah, but how strong do you want the buff to be? Can you card lock this? Yes. Did the full class score for Seal? I don't, but can you? I believe you can. I think it's extra 1. Yep. Yep. And chat, this is probably my next project. Not because of Seal, but damn will Seal benefit from that, okay? It's because of this. This is literally going to make Buntoria stronger. It's just going to also make Seal and literally the Avengers that I have stronger too. Extra 1 is stupidly packed. Unlock that. My bigger issue isn't like the dust. I have that. My bigger issue is they haven't given us any of the end unlockers. Shielder icon I spy. Yeah, but I assume like that's probably going to unlock via one of the Olga quests. Like I don't think that'll be a story component because it's just MASH. Or like it'll unlock when we complete all of part 2. Or it's like, oh, you beat the story. MASH didn't die. There you go. And chat, I'm not spoiling. I don't know. I'm just hypothesizing the logical conclusion of events. Does it reset the card rotation? Yes. Yeah, anything that deals 5 new cards resets the rotation. I should start farming for Lancer statues. I mean, I've actually done quite a bit here. So let's see. So my sabers. My saber is actually my most done tree. Like this is almost entirely complete at this point. And I did it literally so I could like bully that node during the lotto. My Lancers are pretty well done where I've at least grabbed the NP buffs. My Berserkers are also done, I believe. And then I don't think I've done anything else. Yeah, I haven't touched extra 2. There's a lot of logic to class score, but a lot of people prescribe to the idea of Berserker being the best one. And I don't hate that idea, especially if you're somebody that uses your Berserkers a lot. Like, it will not probably be my first class score, but it will not probably matter that much. Yeah, the value in doing like extra 2 and extra 1 is that they apply to 4 different classes. So it's like there's a lot of bang for your buck by leveling one of these. The hilarious part is, and you can see this, extra 2 was the first one that gotten an unlock. And you can see, like, so far we only have Alter Ego and Pretender unlocked. We do not have Foreigner or Beast. So these 2 do not apply even if you level it yet. Once you unlock it, then it will. You do a more detailed guide on class score. I've been thinking about it, yeah, but that's going to require some work on my end. So let me add that to my list. Should have known better how to cheat a friend. Oh wait, not to cheat a friend. Been given the way I dance with you. Oh, oh. Your girl. I have an alto sax, by the way. Why don't you play it? For all of us. Do you think they'll make the grand system get any more benefit out of the class scores? I mean, this would be an interesting way to like segue it, but like maybe what they could do is they could go like, oh, okay, well now you've got your 7 grand, so like I don't know, like you socket them in. That could be a thing. Like they could just double up on the interface. I wouldn't be surprised by that. I think it may start doing class score for both Lancer and Berserker. Your biggest issue at first, chat, will be this, and then it will become the unlockers. And the unlockers are eternal. The unlockers are literally the problem. We have only gotten... See, I have it unlocked for Saber, Lancer, and Berserker. So we've only ever gotten 6 of these. Never anymore. Well, actually, yeah, 6. Super class. It's super class if you wish to unlock both the NP damage ups. Because the way it is, there's 10% extra NP damage in here, and it's split in increments of 5%. And they are each behind one of the, one of the max tier unlocks. The good news is, like, the extra attack up is not restricted behind the max tier unlock, but it is restricted behind the second tier unlock, and it's not like I have very many of those either. Like, for instance, if I were to do it all for this class and for Berserker, I would lose 4 more of these, and that would put me down to only 3 remaining. So could I do it? Yes. Would I have a whole bunch to spare? No. And the easy way to understand it too, chat, is so if you're going after the NP damage, you need the max unlocker right here, but you also still need the gold unlocker. So like you need 4 of these per class of the gold ones. You need 2 of the max. And then you need like I think it's 4 of the base one. Yeah. So you need 4 of these, and 2 of these. So you can see where there's a disparity. It's like, oh man, they've given out so many more of the like base unlocker, like half as much of the gold unlocker, and like jack shit of the big one. Like we're getting chat, and I'm dead serious on this. We're getting to the point. I'm almost done with these, almost. It's like. So I've already used 8. I have 14. That means there have been a total of 22 given out. You need 4 per class. And there are technically 9 classes because there's 9 groups. So, yeah, was it 4 times 9, which is 36? So we've already been given 22 and we only need 36 to do everything. So, like, yeah, they've already given out too many of the lower tier one. Do they even expect people to complete these by the end of story? No. They specifically said that they gated the shit out of the class score system on purpose because they did not want you to complete it fast. And the reason specifically stated was that if they didn't cap it, quote, y'all would grind it out and complete it immediately. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong. We would absolutely have been like, I'm just gonna go do ordeal call nodes forever. So, I feel like they gated it too hard, but like to me, the gate should be the Stardust because that is gated by your daily storm pods. Okay, of which you get 3 a day, and it takes a long time to accumulate. The unlockers really shouldn't be what's gating you. I hate it because like there is no like set path for them giving them out. They give them out as they want. So like you cannot complete the system until they let you. People would quartz their way in? Oh, absolutely. And what'll probably be is by the time the story is done with Ordeal Call, you will probably be able to get all of these that you need. And it's just going to be like you're going to have to go do all the random variant like Ordeal Call quests. But as it is right now, no, it's not a thing. They haven't given it to us. I want a teapot every day? I don't. Like, so it's really weird. I think a lot of people like, again, like, oh man, I really want to bond. Chat, there's a reason that like this is on here. My Koyanskaya is bond 15. My Castoria is bond 15. My Oberon is bond 14. My OG Scotty is bond 14. My Summer Scotty is like only bond 12. My Waiver is like bond. It's either 11 or 12. I'm going to say 11. And my Reigns is also bond 11. Oberon's finishing this year. Scotty will probably finish this year. I don't have many options left if I want to be bond efficient. So like teapots, I don't give a fuck about teapots. I don't waste my mana prisms on them because it's not worth. I am literally just going to cap out and waste bond anyways, no matter what I do. Shufu? Oh yeah, no. Listen, chat. I do a damn good job of being like, I'm going to take a support Castoria, and then I'm going to use like Shufu. And like freaking like ruler DVR. It don't matter. I will find a way to be bond efficient, but you can't get away with this in every node. You can only get away with this when the node permits it. And so I do it when the node permits it. But damn, like lotto time comes around, 90 star node comes around, you ain't doing it yet. And guess what? Gives great bond. Like, oh, you want to do this node? Cool. Use your meta units. Oh, they're already bond 15? Oh man, that sucks. It just is what it is. Like, the devs know. That's exactly why they're doing it. The devs are pushing you to bond everything faster. Why? Because they know they're going to win in the long run. They know that, like, the faster you bond your units, okay, fine. You got, like, a couple of courts out of that. But you ain't getting no more. You ain't doing it. We've got you. That's why, like I said, like, I don't care too much about how the devs handle this. And this is why, like, again, like, this needs to be a thing. So that, like, again, you can use your favorite unit. They can still be at bond 15. You can use that meta support, and you don't feel like you're wasting. You're still going to gain bond. Maybe not on that unit, but you're going to gain it on other units. They said they wanted us to bond people. I haven't heard specifically your second part that you're talking about there. They've said that they're going to do more with bond mechanics, but I have not heard that it specifically applies to that. I just say screw it and 6-turn that with my Hakunon. Oh no, bro. They know. They know. Someone like me, I look at that node and I'm like, I ain't 6-turning this shit. Like, and I'm gonna be real with y'all, chat, for a minute here. Well, I don't mind having to spend a couple extra turns to complete a node. It feels so bad to go from an account that, like, is capable of 3-turning like everything to suddenly, like, yo, bro, you want a 9-turn to be efficient? That feels so ass. And I hate it. We should not have to do that. It feels wrong. It does. It's like, and trust me, chat, I've done it. I have had to do it in certain events in order to achieve maximum efficiency, in order to do it on Nat AP. And I hated every second of it. Did I do it? Hell yes, I did. Did I like it? Hell no, I didn't. So it's one of those deals where it's like, yeah, I think that sort of thing needs to be looked at. I think including something like bond overflow is gonna make people happier. Everything in my power not to bond my Castoria, Koya, and Oberon as much. Yeah, I mean, like, with the meta supports, getting them to max bond is inevitable. Your hope is that you can be as efficient as possible along the way. That you can drag it out as long as you humanly think you can. Alternatively, just use bond 15 support anyways. You can. You just, congratulations, you're not getting bond on that character, which means you're not getting courts over time. Like, that's how the devs are taking the approach of this. They are looking at this in the long term because they know you're not. The devs are going to win the war of attrition. They know you will eventually lose. Eventually. This is like the entire concept. Okay, so chat, like casinos, right? Have you ever wondered why casinos like comp your room and why they like give you like deals to come back? They're losing money if they do that, right? They know. The house always wins. Yep. They know. They know exactly what they're doing. They're getting you back in the environment. They're like, well, even if we don't get them on the gambling, we're going to get them on the shows and the buffets and like, it's fine. They can have a cheaper room. We'll get them elsewhere. If casinos lose money, they go out of business. Oh, exactly. And that's why they don't go out of business, really. Like, what kills a casino isn't that, like, they lose their ass. What kills a casino is that, like, it becomes less popular and people stop going to them. And then they can't afford to operate. The $30 for the burgers and fries? Oh, no. Oh, they give you a deal. They give you a deal. It's nice. You get great food. Because you know what? The better the food that you eat, the more enriched your experience is, the more you feel like you're a big shot. And the more you feel like you got it made. And you know what? What's one more pull of that crank? What's one more hand at the poker table? You're a big shot. You can do it. And that's exactly how they get you. Like, chat, I have never in my life lost money faster than at a poker table in Vegas. It was just like hundreds of dollars just gone. And you're just like, damn. That was one of the most like sobering moments of my life. Don't talk like that, Cad. There's a melt banner up right now. It is what it is. Worse than going to pity on gacha? Yeah, because I lost that over time, right? Like, what about more costume like imaginary sexy, or imagine sexy office lady Shisho, Lartoria, and Ibuki Doji, or sweater Shisho, Okitan, and Lartoria? I like how you included Lartoria in each of those. So for that, you get 2 thumbs up. But yeah, I mean, I again, I've said before, I think one of the easiest ways if FGO actually wants to make money is to start selling skins. Nobody wants to hear that, but it is actually like the smartest way they could do it. And it's guaranteeable money too. Why aren't you why you aren't Skip Gang? Wait, I'm so confused. Oh no, yeah, I'm not Skip Gang. So in that regard, yeah, no, I lose it slower on the gotcha than I do at a poker table. Suddenly, we all started losing money steadily. It was weird. I mean, it may have been the case too of they shuffled the deck when the new dealer came in, or maybe they didn't like that you were winning. Lartoria without the horse would be awesome. Chat, I want Lartoria without the horse in like the military outfit. I can never find it when I want to. I have it saved somewhere. Here you go, chat. And with that, I'm going to end stream tonight. Let me see who all's on, chat. I see Mr. CZ on. Let me go give him some love. He's playing some woo-wah. Again, if you guys have never checked out Mr. CZ, go do so. He's a good buddy of mine, member of Team Explosion. He likes to stream multiple gacha games, so you guys can talk to him about FGO. You can talk to him about probably any gacha game that you play, and he would know something about it. And let's see. I have to eat a fantastic dinner with my parents on Sunday, which is great, but I don't know about Saturday. I may stream tomorrow. We'll see. So stay tuned. Keep your eyes peeled. Get on the Discord if you guys haven't already. And wait a minute. That raid not go through? Oh, it is raiding. I swear, sometimes Twitch glitches out on me. Anyways, thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for all the support as always. I'll get the video posted as soon as possible. Go give CZ my love. Have a good one.